Pardon me, if you could be seated, thank you.
I confess, and while I wasn't upset at all, that it is a pleasure to sit here and listen to you voices out there. We don't usually have an audience, but we do appreciate your attendance. We appreciate your participation. We appreciate you for being here. That's what it's all about. I will call this meeting of the City Council of Laguna Woods to order at this time, and wish to make emphasis on a position on your agendas very clear. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council on items appearing on the agenda are advised to indicate their interest by doing so by submitting a speaker card to the city staff or proceeding to the podium one by one at a time an item is considered. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council on items not appearing on this agenda may do so during item 5 on the agenda. Each speaker will have the opportunity to speak up to 3 minutes once per agenda item, unless allowed otherwise by the City Council. Speakers are requested, but not required, to identify themselves both on any speaker card or when you're standing here to speak and give testimony. Now, the right to speak before a public body is codified by the Brown Act in California. And over years long past, myself, in presiding over an organization where the Brown Act was applicable, and then here during the years serving on this council, this rule, this right was and has been sacrosanct to me. Well, at our last meeting here, I forgot this rule and engaged in a brief dialogue and questioning of a resident with queries and conduct that in hindsight were inappropriate on my part, particularly in how I approached them in a seemingly aggressive fashion. I should have known better. The Brown Act does permit brief questions and clarifications between a speaker and a chair, but only on non-agendized items. This was not the situation here, and so I would like to follow my private apology and publicly extend an apology to Vicki Johnson, personally, for stepping outside the decorum or boundaries that surround the sanctity, the security, and importance of this portion of a Brown Act meeting, which is set aside for public comments. And in point of fact, often it is the wisdom, the insight, the strength, the concern that comes from a motivated public that propels us forward to proper and doable solutions. Okay. With that, we will turn to the agenda.
Oh, the Pledge of Allegiance.
The what?
Oh, pardon me.
We are now going to the agenda. Thank you, Carol.
Bet.
Okay. This meeting has been called to order. We will now, item 2, the roll call. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember McCary.
Here.
Councilmember Moore. Councilmember
Present.
Moore. Councilmember Connors. Mayor Pro Tem Horn.
Here.
Mayor Hatch.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's have the Pledge of Allegiance. Jonathan, I don't see you here often. Would you stand at the mic and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. I pledge allegiance all.
Thank you. We come to item 4, presentations and ceremonial matters. We have item 4.1, agendized by Councilmember Moore. It deals with the continuing support of fair, free, and open exercises. I'll call upon Councilmember Moore to give us some insights as to why she put this on the agenda.
Of course. Usually, agenda proclamations are, we use them to, they're not law, of course, but we're trying to emphasize something. Sometimes we use them to educate. For example, for swimming, when summer comes, we want pool safety. There's no law that people have to follow, but we feel that pool safety and swimming safety and being aware of drownings is important, so we have a proclamation. We also have proclamations when we want to raise awareness. For example, in February, for example, is Black History Month. We want to raise the awareness of the contributions of the African American community. And sometimes we do it to recognize importance. I can name some other ones. Or sometimes we do it to just reaffirm something we believe in. And so all of us received an email from a person who's present, rather than using names right away. And the person asked, they had presented a proclamation, it was rather long, and asked if somebody would agendize it. And I said, I would have a proclamation reaffirming our support of free and fair elections, but I would write it myself. And to show you that there's a lot of doubt among people and they want to check things, I actually had an email asking me if I joined, if she wrote it or if I wrote it. Does that tell you that there's doubt out there? It tells me there's doubt. So doubt is probably so pervasive in our society today that we kind of want confirmation anymore. We want proof of things. So actually what this is, I took the law, I didn't take it from someone's thoughts. They were the thoughts in the law, of course. And so what I did was look at the law, and we're reaffirming the law. So that's how it came to be.
All right, let us read the proclamation, if you would, please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you for your patience. Proclamation, City of Laguna Woods continuing support of fair, free, and open elections. Whereas it is a recognized civil right in the United States for every citizen to have fair, free, and open elections. And whereas it is the duty of our election officials to guarantee our elections are accurate and free from distortion or manipulation. And whereas our constitutional system of representative government only works when the voter rolls are accurate, votes counted are from eligible voters, and the number of votes equal the number of voters who voted. And whereas all voting systems must be auditable and produce a permanent record available as an official record. And whereas the intent of the voters must be known factually before certification can be conducted. Now therefore it be it resolved that the Laguna Woods City Council does hereby proclaim continuing support of fair, free, and open elections, dated this 21st day of August 2024.
Thank you. Yes. Anybody wish to speak on this particular issue?
Mr. Mayor, we do have several public comments on this issue. The first person we will call is Jonathan Adler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just note that it has not been yet moved. It's not before the body. Thank you.
We don't follow Robert's rules necessarily. We don't have to.
Thank you. Well, let's have a controversy on that issue now. What will be the proper protocol, counsel? Or
So this is a situation where probably Robert's rules and the California Brown Act are a little bit different. Since this is on the agenda, you are required to take public comment on it, regardless of whether or not there's a motion.
Thank you very much, counsel. All right. Catherine Freshley, I have your name here. These are all at random, by the way.
Catherine Freshley, Laguna Woods Village. Actually, I'm pleased that you have that proclamation, but I do have a question. Since the city runs the election, because I'm involved with the water board, we register with the county. The city takes all the registrations for people. In fact, all the cities do, and you don't even post who's running. We know the water district, the school districts, and everybody else, if you go to OC Vote, you know who's running for election. The cities don't post these things, so people don't know who is up or who is up for election in the cities. And secondly, the point is, I understand that the voter rolls come down from the state. Who then in the city validates that the people listed are eligible to vote? Where does that validation take place? Because if the city is running the election, then the city would be responsible for doing the validation. And it looks to me like the city runs the election, yet the county is involved also. And I know it's confusing, so I'm even confused as to who does the validation. I know in the county does. But I don't know about the cities, because the cities are very separate from all the other agencies within the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want me to briefly respond to that? First, the city does post who's filed. We posted who we furnished nomination papers to, who returned them, and when they qualified on the ballot, along with candidate statements. It's on our website. All you have to do is click on the November 5th, 2024 election link. Second, the city doesn't run the election. The city contracts with the county to run the election. So when we receive nomination papers, those nomination papers are forwarded to the Orange County Registrar of Voters. They review them against their voter rolls. The city doesn't have the voter rolls. That's all a county function. So I hope that clarifies it.
Thank you. Rona Henry. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Hi there. My name is Rona Henry. I live in Laguna Woods Village. I came here today to comment on another item, but when I saw this on the agenda, I just felt the need to share that I actually worked as a poll worker at the OC Register of Voters. And I guess I'm sort of nerdy because ever since I was a kid, my parents took me to the polls to watch them vote, and I always wanted to be a poll volunteer because the way my parents talked about it, it was almost like it was a sacred act to go vote. And I wanted to help people fulfill their duty. So when I retired, I decided to sign up to be a poll volunteer and was surprised to learn that it was a paid position and you couldn't actually volunteer. I had to fill out a rather long application. I had to attend 2 days of training, and when I saw all that I had to learn, I understood why it was a paid position. We had to learn all the procedures for ensuring that there was no fraudulent voting committed. There were checks, double checks, and triple checks. We learned about the security measure that had been implemented once the ballots leave the polls. We learned about all the safeguards built into the electronic system. They showed us how the ballot boxes were designed to prevent tampering and how strong they are. I recall they were built to withstand a car hitting them, which I thought was impressive. Myself and the team of workers that I worked with over 3 days were thoroughly impressed with how well the system was designed to ensure there was no tampering and that the votes were all correctly counted. I was really impressed with how dedicated the other poll workers were, making sure that we followed all the proper procedures. So I guess I would just say, if anyone's worried about the voting system, I encourage you to sign up to be a poll worker. I came away really impressed.
Good idea.
Thank you, Rona. Cheryl Fink, or pronounce your last name for me.
Yes, it's Frink,
Frink,
F-R-I-N-K. Yes, thank you. I'm here to discuss the issues with our voting electronic poll books. They should not be on. They should not be on the internet, and yet they are. So that goes against federal law. So that's a very big concern because they can be compromised. We've just recently had a major 2.8 million people, their social security numbers were hacked, and that's happened across all of the United States. So that's a huge area, and that's another area where our voter rolls are compromised. The other thing that we've happened that in Orange County specifically, in the 2022 election, we found 32,000 voter names that were identified on the National Voter Change of Address as having moved permanently out of the county or the state, yet they are still on the active voter rolls and voting. So this is another area where the Register of Voters is having difficulties keeping our voter rolls accurate. Most of the registrations are now coming down from the state, and the registrars do not have the control that they used to. They have no understanding of how to check the information because it's all being funneled down improperly, and there's no backup on any of it. They have 3 minutes per name to accept a data dump of 10,000 names per month. And these are the kinds of things that are happening that cause many people to have a lot of problems with what's happening with our elections right now. What's happening at the polls where people are observing, there's no issues with that, but you can't observe some of the things that are going on that are creating some of the problems. In our own District 5 race that happened, we found the race was only won by about 5,800 votes, but we found over 6,800 names that had moved out of the state yet voted. So that can change who is actually representing us. And these are the kinds of things that we have great concerns with. And this is why we have to really ensure when we do these data dives in terms of where the system is broken, this is why we're asking for resolutions to be upheld and to make strong statements so the state knows that we will not accept or certify an election with these many problems. So I thank you for hearing me. The other thing you might want to be concerned about is in looking at what they call smurfing. This is where people's names are being used unbeknownst to them, and their names are being used to funnel monies into these campaign funds, and basically it's money laundering. And so I've got a list of a lot of people here in Laguna Niguel that have been taken, that have been really something that we need to look at to see if they're being used illegitimately. So I thank you.
Laguna Woods, do you have a list for Laguna Woods? This is
Yes, I do.
Laguna, this is Laguna Niguel,
Yes,
not Laguna.
and we're starting to do the data and the research on those
Right.
to see if these people are in fact being misused. Thank you.
Yeah. Pat, again, my handwriting, M-I-C, what is it, Pat?
Mike Cone.
Mike
It's not your cone, it's my cone.
Oh, I see.
That's how my husband taught me to learn my name. Anyway, thank you, Mayor Hatch, Carol Moore, Cynthia Connor, Sherry Horn, Annie McCary, and our lawyers, and our city manager, and Liz Torres. We're grateful today. I was the one who asked Carol to put the resolution that was read last month on the agenda, and Carol, I'm so grateful that you did. This is a bipartisan issue. It's a nonpartisan issue. All of us want fair and we want legally valid elections along with fair and honest. So, you know, I loved you sharing about being a poll worker. We need more people observing the polls and being there, because as we know, if people are watching, everything's going to go great. but it sees other issues. I've been working with a group for a couple years about all of the data that Cheryl was speaking about, and there's so much more. It goes so much deeper. So I'm grateful that you're giving us the forum and taking time. And I know that everyone in this room wants the elections to be correct and right, because without that, we're not going to have a constitutional republic anymore in this country. We need to, if we can't have fair, clean, right, valid elections, we won't have a country. So thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. That is all that I have in the way of cards. Jonathan, we're going to turn it over. Yes, Jonathan?
Can I just clarify, are we allowing speakers to speak more than once?
I didn't speak.
Oh, he didn't
more than
really
once.
speak, yes.
You spoke at the beginning of this item.
Well, I opened my mouth and words came out, but I said that the thing needs to be moved and seconded before it's before the body to allow public comments.
Again,
And now
just-
I'd really appreciate the opportunity to make comments.
Has a statement.
I'm out.
You can certainly allow people to speak more than once,
I
but
understand that.
you need to make that
Counsel?
determination.
All right. Jonathan, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. May I first,
If that's the rule that people are speaking more than once, and I have no problem with that, then let's follow that same rule. Is everyone
Jonathan
agree?
did
That
not-
works for me. Works for me.
Counsel,
You do need to be consistent. So if you give one speaker an opportunity to speak
all
twice.
right, let me understand something. It is considered speaking when you don't speak to anything, but just ask a perfunctory question on the propriety of starting or whatever?
To be completely honest, I didn't know that that was the intent. I thought it was a public comment. I didn't realize that that was not the public comment.
All right, then we will do this then.
Let everyone
I
speak.
signed up to make a public comment, which I have not yet done.
All right, a compromise has been suggested. Jonathan, this is going to be difficult for you. 2 minutes, not 3.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to talk very fast. I start with some expertise and experience, which I think you should take note of. One is that for every other year, I've been trained by the outstanding OC Registrar of Voters, Neil Kelly, as a election protection volunteer with Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law and Common Cause. I then became a vote center worker. I've also carefully studied the process of a Stanford study for how signatures are validated. So I really, and in New York City, I was a special deputy attorney general for election protection. So I really do know how things work. There is a basic fallacy that completely undermines both the proclamation and all of the data about millions of people voting improperly, which I think you should take with a grain of salt. And that is that everything is based on the voter registration rolls. The second paragraph, I think, says that it's necessary to have them be accurate. That's absolutely false. Voter registration rolls are never accurate. And that's why they're purged every so often to get rid of people who have died. If you could have an accurate roll, within 1 minute, somebody will have died or moved out of state. So basing the claim of excess voting on the rolls is total nonsense. And that's the basis for why these millions and millions of people who are alleged to have voted improperly is absolute nonsense, because it's comparing the registration rolls. The way valid votes are done is that there's a signature, there's identification, and there's a process for validating the signature. Only when somebody tries to vote who is not properly signed and registered can you say they're an improper voter.
Thank you, Mr. Adler. Your time is up.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And for the rest of it, see me outside. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else in the audience that has just been breathing? Not speaking to anybody. Don't speak to your neighbor, then you can come up here, okay? Anyone else? Okay.
I want to note 2 written public comments for the record before. Prior to the meeting, you did receive correspondence from Sue Deering, a resident in opposition to the proposed proclamation. And then Pat Mycone, I appreciate the pronunciation advice, a resident also resubmitted the United Sovereign Americans resolution that was provided to the City Council at the last meeting. So I'll just note that those are part of the written record
you.
of the meeting.
Thank you.
And have been provided to the council.
Comment?
You can make a motion.
Yeah, I moved the proclamation, but I wanted to make a comment that I think there was a misunderstanding because it says, whereas the intent of the voters must be known factually, not the voters, it says the intent. That means we know how you voted, that you didn't, it's not a hanging chad or something like that. So that, it didn't say that we must know all the voters factually, it said we must know their intent. Thank you. That seems logical to me.
And have you made a motion?
I've moved.
All right, do I have a second for that? All right, nobody's interested in seconding it. I will second it, simply for the fact that I believe it's appropriate. I think it is appropriate to hear from council as to your thinking.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I make a motion that this proclamation be tabled and tabled permanently because there's a lot that's in this that we as council people, I'm speaking for myself, have issues about, and I think this is a very complicated issue for the community at large.
All right, do I have a second for that motion? A second there. Excuse me, discussion on the motion to table it.
I would like to discuss.
All right.
I understand that people have different points of view, but nothing in here is not in law. If you look it up, if you don't believe in recognizing civil rights, that's in the law. If you don't believe it's our duty to our election officials to guarantee that they're accurate and correct, I thought in fact, I thought we had a person right here who volunteered to check the elections. Why does that person even go if they don't believe that we need to be there and observe? We have 2 people observing, and I would say one from either party, and yet they both agree that observing is important. If it's important for one, it's important for the other, then I have to say, well, where is the doubt? Why would you doubt? Look in here and raise your hand if you can find something in here. If you have trouble with this, we have a problem with our democracy because these are our laws. I didn't make these up. I went to the law. I looked them up. So I would ask, please come forward. If you disagree, tell me where you disagree because we have a disagreement. And that's fine.
I'm calling point of order. I made a motion to table and you have responded. So I did think this was open for discussion to the audience.
It's always open for discussion.
Thank you very much. Take it easy. Okay. All right. Do you have anything you wish to say? No? Sherry, do you have anything you wish to say?
Yes, I do have something I wish to say. While the wording in this proclamation is very anodyne as written, it does not at all reflect the resolution brought forward and read out by sovereign citizens movement in our council chambers, but it's the fruit of that resolution and in response to it. I cannot let that go without comment, as we had to do in our last meeting at public comments. The numbers the group used in their resolution had no factual basis I could find and no evidence was presented or linked to. And before anybody sends me their facts, I reject them. I reject them because of the 80 lawsuits that were loudly broadcast all over the country, spreading the hoax of a rigged election. And when they, the proponents of the fraud, got into court and in front of a judge, not one shred of evidence was produced of massive fraud. Many of the attorneys who brought these suits have been disbarred and arrested or disgraced. So no, we do not all believe there was massive fraud in our elections. No one I know believes that. Only one group of people believe there was massive fraud in our elections, so this is hardly a both sides issue. It is partisan and political as presented. I read about your group online, And this is a movement all over the country with its purpose to sow doubt about the 2020, 2022, and the 2024 elections. The group doesn't believe in government or driver's licenses or license plates, so it seems very weird to say you feel elections are sacred, but you don't believe in government. So no massive fraud, but we are left with the unfounded insinuations being injected by using disinformation and lies. Next, except for having a 1,000-pound drop box and vote center and city hall, our city has nothing to do with counting or certifying elections. The elected registrar of voters does that, not the city. All elected officials swear an oath to the Constitution when taking office. I know that oath is the bedrock of my service, and I have no reason to believe the registrar is any different. So this whole thing is out of our purview, and I will not imply in any way our courts are inaccurate enough, our counts are inaccurate enough to swing the election. I think there were 2 cases in Orange County last time, both people trying to vote with the deceased parent's mail ballot, both Republican. Now, the first whereas, everyone in the U.S. has the right to vote, that's untrue. Too many states still never give ex-felons back their right to vote. Some people with mental illnesses can't vote. People in U.S. territories cannot vote for president, and of course, non-citizens, even permanent green card residents, can't vote. Some places Native Americans can't vote because they have a different home address from just a mailbox. The 5th whereas, the intent must be known factually before certification can be conducted. What in the world does that mean? The intent of the voter is expressed by marking their ballot and having it counted. Since the year 2000 in Florida, I have not heard the words, the intent of the voter, and that was regarding hanging chads. So the 5th whereas is meaningless except to count the votes. It's counted and audited and sometimes audited again and certified. I believe our counts are accurate. I trust them. So the only things I agree with in this proclamation is support for ongoing free and fair elections, that our registrar continues making sure nothing is manipulated or distorted, and our voting systems continue to be auditable and produce a permanent record. So I suggest some amendments to this proclamation.
Thank you, Sharon. Do you have something you want to say, Cynthia? All right.
I want to speak in support of the motion to table. I support free, fair, and open elections. I think we all do. But as Sherry said, there's one group that thinks that our elections are not free, fair, and open. But I'm not one of those. Everybody who sits here is sustained by our system of elections. We wouldn't be here if we didn't trust the elections. And as Carol said, we issue proclamations all the time. And one of the reasons we issue proclamations is to celebrate things that we believe in, as in Pride Month or Black History Month. And if we were ever to vote on this proclamation, I would want to amend it, not just to be a statement of things that are in the law, but to be a celebration of our election system that we are the beneficiaries of. I have received an email that said it's a well-publicized fact that the majority of voters, regardless of party affiliation, do not have faith in the accuracy of our election systems. When I read that, I Googled polls. Do majority of Americans have confidence in our elections? And I read the first 10 things that popped up, and they all said yes, a majority of people have faith in the security and accuracy of our elections. And a couple of them said, it's not as high as it was before, but that's not because of facts, that's because of rhetoric. So, as Sherry said, there are more than 60 courts that have determined that there is no evidence of unfair elections. I don't believe our elections are rigged. I'm up myself for re-election in November, and if I am not elected, I'm not going to say it's because millions of non-residents voted or millions of non-citizens voted or millions of people who moved to another state came back here and voted twice. I'm going to accept the results of that election and assume that the people didn't like me for the things I said or the things I stand for, perhaps even including the things I'm saying right now. We had an election here in our city that was decided by 16 votes. And the person that was on the losing end of that election folded their tent and didn't make any claims about rigging or improper voting or anything else. It's the history in our country that if somebody doesn't get enough votes, they concede the election and the election is over. I believe we should celebrate the protections and procedures that we have now that assure that we continue to have free and fair elections. And I cannot support the proposal that's in front of us now because it really doesn't do that. And so I'm in favor of the motion to table.
I'm older than all of you put together. I remember long ago when the Chicago elections, some of you may remember that, those were patently rigged, okay? I remember New York City in election times back then. I think with the protection we have through the internet, and I mean through just science moving forward, offering protections for election, that the hope is that our elections are what they're meant to be, because they will maintain democracy in a world that needs very much what we represent. I think the passage of this resolution or proclamation is really a drop in an empty bucket in some ways, because what we have to do, it seems to me, is make sure that the election that we participate in here, and some of you who are guests here in your cities, are maintained truthfully and honestly, and it sounds like that's where we're headed. Certainly we are in this city. So I express my appreciation for those of you who have brought this to Carol to present to not only the council, but to a number of you that are here because of this, because I think it will, in the long run, motivate us to ensure that the 18,000 people that are in Laguna Woods vote as those 18,000 do. And let's face it, we're all seniors, so we all get to vote. You know, there are no kiddies here, are there? No non-voters in this community. So let's have a motion. All in favor?
So
We'll
just to clarify, so there was a motion and a second on the original proclamation.
To table.
Then Councilmember McCary made a motion to
Table.
it. That hasn't received a second.
Yes, I think Sherry.
No, Sherry seconded it.
Okay, so
Out loud.
Mayor Pro Tem Horn seconded the motion to table?
Yes.
And Cynthia, you also stated you motioned.
I would like a roll call,
All right.
just so we're clear.
Okay.
That would be good.
So we're going to vote on the motion to table?
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
And we can do a roll call vote.
Roll call.
On a roll call, all right. Let's start, Carol.
No.
All right.
Yes.
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 Yes, okay.
It's unanimous.
May
All
I,
right.
may I make a comment? I just want to clarify two things. There is no mention in here, anything, no word, the word fraud is never used. So, and this is not, we were voting on this proclamation, not a proclamation provided. This is a different proclamation, and everything in here is law. So I just want to make sure that we understand that. And the voter intent would mean if you didn't mark your ballot, you didn't fill in the hole, then how would we know what your intent was? So that seems logical to me. I just want to make sure we all understand what it said. There was no fraud in there, ever, nor mention of it.
The meeting is all uphill from here, people. So some of you are here for this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. This democracy of ours in many ways, in a world like it is today, is fragile, and we need to maintain.
Pardon me, there is one other statement. Somebody just made a comment to me, and I realized that this was submitted to all of us. Every single one of us could have written our own proclamation. You were free to write your own. You did not have to take hers. I did respond. So every other person, if you wanted it to celebrate, you could have written that. You were free to do it. It wasn't sent just to me. I did want everyone to understand that. Thank you.
As indicated by an earlier speaker, it was brought to Carol by some of you. Okay. All right. I'm going to close my eyes for just a minute, okay, just for a few seconds. I'm going to open them then quickly, and I want to see all of you still sitting here for the rest of the agenda. Is that a deal? No? All right. We move on to item 6. There are no other public
Item 5.
comments. Any other?
Five.
Are we at 5? I thought we were, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's right. Item 5, public comments on non-agenda items. All right. Good. A general matter. Linda P.
My name is Linda. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my colleagues and I live in Orange County and are volunteers with United Sovereign Americans, not spokespersons. United Sovereign Americans, USA, is a nationwide organization with thousands of active volunteers in over 20 states. Today we come to you as concerned citizens sharing alarming information about our state's voter roll database. Research of the state's voter database was done through
Mr.
hundreds
Mayor,
of
I have a
hours
point of order.
of research.
Excuse me just a moment. Our public comment time is a time for people to comment on items that are not on the agenda. And Madam, I believe you are speaking on the issue of free and fair elections, which is the item that we have just concluded. And therefore, I'll ask our city attorney for a
Yeah, I
opinion
guess
on
I'll
that.
ask the speaker, are you speaking to the item that the council just heard, which was the proclamation, or is this a general public comment on something that is not on the agenda tonight?
Well, it's regarding election integrity and general comments.
It's regarding which?
Election integrity under general comments.
I think our recommendation would be that you accept the public comment.
Can she speak for 2 minutes? Is that the logic?
Yeah,
here?
we saved the time
Start that.
when Mayor Pro Tem, or when Councilmember Connors started speaking, we paused the time so we can pick up the time where you left off.
Let me ask a question. I have about 5 or 6 comments proposed, all with just first names. I presume all of you are going to speak in the same fashion on the same item. Okay? 2 minutes then,
For the whole.
or not for the whole thing. Carry on.
For consistency purposes, we need to keep it at 3 minutes.
Okay. For speaker,
3 minutes per speaker.
yeah. No, I mean, it's
You're-
not 2 minutes for all speakers or 3 minutes for all speakers.
Yes, 3 minutes for all speakers to be
Boiled to
consistent.
another issue on
I
this.
think yeah.
All right, counsel, what is she going to speak for 2
So
or
I
3
think
minutes?
with the speaker who's currently up, she already spoke for roughly 50 seconds, and so we stopped the clock when she was interrupted. She still has 2 minutes and 11 seconds left of her
Right.
3 minutes. And then for all the other speakers who have cards in, you would get the full 3 minutes, each of you, not collectively.
All right?
Thank you for not silencing me. Okay, so I'm not exactly sure where I stopped, but I'll pick up here. Today we come to you as concerned citizens sharing alarming information about our state's voter roll database. Research at the state's voter database was done through hundreds of hours of research conducted by highly qualified and credentialed data teams. An analysis of the 2022 election research by the highly qualified data teams using only official data provided by California elections officials indicates serious issues with compliance with federal law. We are here to present to you and the public the results of the aforementioned analysis showing the votes cast, counted, and certified may not all be valid and accurate under the Constitution and under the law. We're not here to cast any blame or aspirations on any elected official. We do not suggest any candidates in any race have wrongly won or lost their races, nor do we advocate for the overturning or rerunning of any past election. Today, we will present to you with a resolution demanding an end to the inaccuracy and uncertainty plaguing our elections, along with a summary of our findings and the laws that apply. Though you bear no direct responsibility for anything in the electoral process, we come to you, our closest elected representatives, for support and action. We're asking that you listen to the resolution, take the necessity for valid elections seriously by adding the resolution to your next meeting agenda. Thank you. Our next three speakers will read the resolution in three parts, and our final speaker will conclude our presentation.
Thank you. Michelle?
My name is Michelle, and I am here to read into the record the first portion of the USA Resolution. The resolution for a legally valid 2024 general election. Whereas it is recognized civil right in the United States for every citizen to have free and fair elections. Whereas it is the duty of our elected officials to guarantee our elections are accurate and free from distortion and manipulation. Whereas our constitutional system of representative government only works when the following four tenets of an election are upheld. Number one, the voter rolls must be accurate, the National Voter Registration Act, 1993. Number two, votes counted must be from eligible voters, the U.S. Constitution, 14th Amendment, Section 2. The number of votes counted must equal the number of voters who voted. Number four, there can be no more than 1 in 125,000 ballots in error by the voting system. Help America Vote Act 2002. Whereas the analysis of the California 2022 general election has uncovered evidence of massive inaccuracies that appear to violate both federal and state laws, including 5,886,198 ineligible or uncertain registration violations found within the California State voter roll database. 2,776,939 votes cast by ineligible or uncertain registrations. 123,785 more votes counted than voters who voted. No one knows who cast them. 2,776,849 apparent voting violations in excess of the legal standard of system accuracy for a valid federal election. The maximum allowable system errors for the 2022 general election was 90.
Thank you. This is Lisa.
Thank you. Certification as defined by law is an attestation of accuracy and compliance. The certification of the 2022 election appears to have been fraudulent and illegal. Whereas these findings trample legal accuracy requirements of the voting system during a federal election. Whereas the intent of the voters must be known factually before certification can be lawfully conducted. Whereas the 2022 general election appears to have been invalid, depriving us of the guaranteed protections of our natural rights under government duly and provably chosen by us, the American people, resulting in incalculable damage to our families and our way of life and the fabric of these United States. Therefore, we call upon our representatives to provide relief to the people and the assurance of domestic tranquility by joining us in demanding a valid 2024 general election that upholds these existing laws and equitable principles of law. Proof of citizenship, identity, and eligibility required to register and vote, not anonymous attestation. Voter rolls certified accurate and available for public review and challenge 30 days before the start of early voting. Voters added after that date must bring proof of citizenship, identity, and address in person to a qualified official at each polling place. Number 3, hand-mark secure ballots similar to currency, where imaging technology is used for tabulation. The security features must be verifiable in the ballot image. Number 4, systems, machines, security measures, infrastructure, and conduct are required to be compliant with federal law for fraud prevention regarding risk assessment, certification, testing, and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Linda, and I am here to read the last section of the USA resolution.
I'm sorry, it's hard to hear, difficult to hear.
Okay. My name is Linda, and I am here to read to the record the last section of the USA resolution. 5, adjudication must be signed off by party candidate and trained citizen witnesses after being given full and effective observation rights. Candidates and trained citizens must be allowed immediate access to ballots, ballot images, and cast vote records. 6, ballots, regardless of entry source, election operations and systems must maintain end-to-end chain of custody, from voter to vote count to final canvass, including auditability and witness transfer with paper records. 7, a National Institute of Standards and Technology compliant, randomized, statistically valid end-to-end audit with a 95% confidence level of all elections pursuant to the 14th Amendment, Section 2, must be performed. These audits are to be conducted by qualified, insured, and bonded security forensics or financial auditors, not personnel from within the election system. Reconciliation will include the vote count, real physical ballots, adjudication, cast vote records, ballot count, qualified voter count, custody transfer, and all other paper and electronic election systems, including logs. 8, if the total of unique variances above is more than 10% of the margin of victory, a new election must be held in the state for those candidates affected unless the issues can be provably corrected by a manual hand recount and a full review of records. 9, waiver of requirements is not allowed. Only end-to-end system compliance from registration through certification can guarantee the intent of the people is accurately recorded. Be it resolved that the Laguna Woods City Council members stand in support with the concerns and remedies presented here. We implore the Laguna Woods City Council members, Board of Supervisors, California legislatures, federal legislatures, law enforcement, federal and state prosecutors, judges, and both California's Secretary of State and county registers of voters to cooperate and fulfill these firm requests of the people. Thank you.
Linda?
My name is George. I am here to conclude our presentation. What you heard today is a powerfully written resolution outlining massive inaccuracies in our 2022 election from registration through certification. The resolution delineates meaningful remedies that will proactively protect the validity of the 2024 general election for all Americans. Your written copy cites many U.S. Supreme Court precedents and federal and constitutional mandates that support the need for such actions. Large numbers of Californians have questions about the trustworthiness of our elections. Official data show that these concerns are valid, and the law says resolving them is essential in securing our liberty. The cost for not fixing the enumerated problems is immeasurable. So we urge you to put this resolution on the agenda for the next City Council meeting, where you can vote to join us in support of fair, honest, and valid elections. The United Sovereign Americans website showcases our initiatives nationwide and features some extremely informative election videos. We encourage you to visit uniteforfreedom.com and learn more about our organization. And our goal is to restore valid elections throughout our country. That's unite4freedom.com. One more time, unite4freedom.com. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, George. John? Jonathan Adler has turned in a request. Jonathan, you have 3 minutes.
Jonathan Adler, I'm a resident, a little bit more expertise. I co-chair a legislative committee of a major state county party. I follow court cases on elections very closely. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. There's an echo in here. It took about 3 hours for exactly what was just read to play on my computer from the July 17th meeting, verbatim. So this is kind of like a delayed echo. The larger I want to invite people, go to Wikipedia and search for sovereign citizens, sovereign Americans. You'll see a very long, well footnoted, cited, sourced article that includes the word pseudo-law, pseudo-law. I want to reiterate that the larger context of this, another thing I do is I read the three great Yale experts, Timothy Snyder, Jason Stanley, and Joanne Freeman, and the great NYU expert Ruth Ben-Ghiat, academics expert in the fascism of the 1930s, and the playbook that arose. Item 1 or 2 or 3 on the playbook is destroy public confidence in elections. So that's not to be ignored, because that's really what is going on here. I want to just reiterate that the major fallacy that gives the lie to all of this data, as well as to the point that accurate voter registration rolls are essential to democracy, is that you can't use voter registration rolls to prove that anybody illegally voted. There are always hundreds of thousands of people out of date because people die every minute, they move out of state, they re-register. That's why every county ROV cleans up their voter reg rolls periodically. We have in Orange County in California what is known to be the very best, very most secure election processes. Our ROV, Neil Kelly, for 17 years, was the most highly honored national voter election administration official. He's succeeded by Bob Page, who is now an official of the California Association. We have fair and secure elections. The only thing that matters is whether a given vote is accurate, and that is tested by a computer algorithm that matches signatures very accurately. I read a 100-page Stanford
Mr.
study
Adler,
of that.
thank you, but your time is up.
Thank you very much. So that's what counts.
Thank you, Jonathan.
This is go on and on.
Is it Cheryl? Aye.
Since we get to come again and again, I just want to be on the record as saying a lot of this data that we are talking about is coming directly from the data of the ROV. We have met with the ROV and we've explained to them some of the areas that are concerning. Bob Page has acknowledged that these problems do in fact exist. And recently, we've worked with Justin Berardino, who is the second in command there, going over some of the names that should no longer be on the voter rolls. So we are working side by side to repair these problems, not to be a problem with them, but to work together to make sure that everybody's vote counts. I don't want anyone's vote not to count, but I do want to make sure that the people that are representing us are people that are truly represented or asked to be represented by the people. And that's all this is about, is just to make sure that all of the people's voices are heard. And as I said, we are working with the people, Bob Page and so forth, and they have acknowledged that these issues are a concern. There are still people on the voter rolls that are born in 1800, 1850, and 1900. They have yet to be removed. And the response to them is, we're working on it. So these are the kinds of things that can change the results of a vote if somebody nefariously decides to use their names that are on the registration to vote on their behalf. So this is really where it's coming down from. So I thank you for all listening and knowing that this is not partisan. This is something that is about this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Perhaps our concluding speaker, we'll see, Robert Henry. Robert?
Thank you for allowing me to speak on short notice. Signed up here. I just have a few comments. One, I believe that anything that the council here is supposed to vote on should be directed on anything within Laguna Woods. If there was any invalid or roll issues from the Laguna Woods voters, then I could see that the council should decide how to go forward. When you're talking about California in general and the U.S., you have no standing. That's why there's no lawsuit being applied because of this. And I do believe that you all are doing your job, and I just feel that it's just a waste of your time listening to people rant home about something that if you got somebody from the 1800s on the roll, nobody voted for that person didn't vote, I'm pretty sure. And I do believe that we need to come together and start behaving like adults. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Taking a deep breath, and when I exhale, I will assume that you've all heard enough and either agree or disagree. And we will now take the vote.
There's no vote.
Just
We're
public
ready for the
comments.
city treasurer's report, though.
Yeah.
No, but that particular item is now closed.
Are there any other public comments on items not appearing on the agenda?
All right, that item is
All right.
closed.
City treasurer's report.
Yes, I appreciate it. Item 6, on a happier note, our city treasurer's report, for those of you that are interested in where Laguna Woods is right now.
Give us just a moment to get set up. All right, we'll have our city treasurer's report now, item 6.1.
Good afternoon. I will be presenting the treasurer's report for July 31st, 2024. The city's cash and investments as of July 31st were $14,622,991. The general fund consisted of operating cash and investments of $7.6 million with reserves of $3.6 million. Special revenue funds ended with $3.3 million, totaling the $14,622,991. Assets are broken into cash and cash equivalents of $843,268. Pooled money investment accounts totaled $8.3 million, with LAIF at $838,889 and OSIP at $7,533,276. Investments consist of certificates of deposits of $5.4 million, totaling $14,622,991. There was a transfer of $850,000 from the OSIP account to the checking account for cash flow purposes during the month of July. The city's trust funds as of July 31st Our other post-employment benefits trust account with an ending balance of $142,358 with a net gain of $3,856. And the pension liability trust account with an ending balance of $173,729 with a net gain of $4,518. Before I wrap up the treasurer's report, I would like to mention that the city received the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting during the month of August for its comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2023. The annual report represents the city's annual financial statements in greater detail than required by law and in conformity with guidance issued by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. This is the 9th consecutive year that the city has earned the GFOA's highest form of recognition in the area of governmental accounting and financial reporting.
And with that, we'll recommend a motion to receive and file the city treasurer's report for the month of July 2024.
Move present that motion. We don't need a roll call vote.
We do need a motion and a second.
I second. Oh, did you motion?
Yeah, do you have a motion? Or?
I'll second.
You second the motion. All in favor? Aye. 4-0 with Carol Moore stepping out for the moment. Thank you. Quick question.
Yes.
What's the significance of getting the commendation?
What is the what?
The significance of receiving the commendation for the manner in which we're conducting our finances and so forth from the state and other organization. That,
Oh, the award that we received?
I mean, they don't hand those out very often, do
No,
they?
we have to submit our financial report, and it gets
Viewed.
Yes, it gets reviewed. Sorry, I was going to say a different word, but yes, it gets reviewed by a different city or by a panel, not a panel, but either like a firm or another city that reviews financial reports for various cities, and they have a checklist in which we have to abide by. And according to the checklist and according to the amount of points that we receive, we would receive the certificate.
How many years have we got this consecutively now?
And this is the 9th year.
9th year consecutive.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We come to item 7, consent calendar.
Sorry, we're on item 6.2. There's actually a quarterly financial report today as well.
I'm sorry, I thought that was, we just heard that. All right, go ahead on that, please.
Yes, I'll be reviewing the fourth quarter financial report for the quarter ended June 30, 2024. I would like to point out the amounts reported are unaudited and are not final. We are still currently accruing revenues and expenditures, and we will be having our audit in September. As of June 30, 2024, the general fund has approximately $7.6 million in revenues. Revenues are above budget due to higher interest income, higher development processing fees, and higher property taxes. I would also like to mention that we have yet to receive the final sales tax payment of the fiscal year, and final franchise fees are also expected in August, so those revenues will be a little bit higher. Expenditures are currently at $7.2 million, and they are below budget due to less spending across all departments. The approximate ending fund balance for the general fund is $10.1 million, but that can fluctuate. It could either go up or down, because like I said, they're not final numbers. The special revenue funds revenues are $3,027,732, and we are still expecting monies from reimbursable grants, which will be received in fiscal year 24-25. However, we did recognize revenue in the Federal Grants Program Fund for expenditures incurred in the fiscal year in the amount of $824,756. Expenditures in the special revenue funds are $2.7 million, and it has an approximate fund balance of $2.2 million. Capital projects funds revenues include interest income of $26,252, and expenditures are at $189,969. There are several projects in progress in which the budget expenditures will be carried over to fiscal year 24-25. And the fund balance in the capital projects fund will be about $1,013,148. I would like to point out that expenditures for all funds are as expected and in line with the budget. Additional detail is included in the quarterly financial report, which can be found in the agenda packet.
And with that, our recommendation is to receive and file the quarterly financial report for the fourth quarter of fiscal year 2023-24.
I move that we receive and file.
And over here.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
May I make a comment?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. The city treasurer's report, I asked for this quite some time ago because we want confidence in our city, and we hear it when it's done every month, because our city's in good financial shape, and it's nice for our residents to understand that. The award that she spoke of is something that's done, I don't know how well she explained it, it's above and beyond. And it costs us some money to do it. And why do you think we do it? Because we want you to have confidence in us. So we go the extra mile, and we have a special award. And I think what it does two things. It creates greater confidence in our city, but if we were to ever have to apply for anything, we have a standard that's higher than the regular standard. Just having an audit is good, and everyone would recommend such an audit, but this is above and beyond. So it creates confidence in our financial system. So I think we deserve, and we want to give thanks to our treasurer for doing all that work, because it is extra, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We come to item 7 on the calendar, the consent calendar. All items listed on this calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one vote. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the city council or city staff requests that specific items be removed from the calendar for separate discussion. Members of the public may address city council on items appearing on the consent calendar, regardless of whether an item is removed for separate discussion and consideration of the action. You will turn to your agenda, and I'm dealing with items 7.1 through 7.6.
I move the consent calendar.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I just made the
Oh,
motion.
that is the motion. Do I have a second? All right, Sherry. Seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. Unanimous. Okay. We have a very full agenda ahead of us with numerous items in both item 8, public hearings, and item 9, council business. We also have a number of people here in attendance. Some come from afar to speak regarding item 9.5, the Orange County Power Authority. Unless I'm overwhelmingly opposed by my co-council members, it is my intention to exercise what has been done by a presiding officer of this body on occasion, and that is for call out of order this item 9.5 for consideration by this council.
I would ask also that you move 9.6.
Let me see 9.6.
the city signage.
Read that to me. I get my.
Just move them forward.
No, I like that.
They don't want to hear about the others.
Well, that's really, do you anticipate there are people waiting on 9.6?
Oh,
I
it
don't-
could be, could be. We've had letters.
All right, okay. We'll take 9.5, and then following that, we'll take 9.6 out of order. Now, 9.5 deals with the question of whether this city should participate as a member of Orange County Power Authority to furnish the residents of Laguna Woods with electrical power needs. Initially, is there anyone here from the public that we've received that would like to speak on this issue?
While the city clerk's giving you those, I'll just note that there were 7 emails received in advance of the meeting in some form or fashion supporting further consideration of OCPA. Wendy McQuillan, a resident, Judy Curry, a resident, Carol McVeigh, a resident, Susan Deering, a resident, Mohammed H. Alif, a resident, Judy Northrup, a resident, and Lynn Jarrett, a resident. Those written comments are included in the written record for the meeting, and they've also been provided to the council members.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go with, well, I can't get them alphabetized. Go with Bill Walsh. Bill, are you here?
I didn't expect to talk first on this subject, but since I'm here, I fully support the city council in their research efforts to gather the facts and data needed to make an informed decision on whether to join the OCPA or not. For me, reliable facts and data about the economics of joining the OCPA need to be presented so that all of the residents of Laguna Woods can understand the pros and cons of joining the OCPA. And I know you folks, and I know you, I'm pretty sure you're going to do that. In that same vein, we have a small community, and if there is some strife over the fact that people believe that people's minds are already made up, I would suggest doing a referendum once all the facts and data are presented. Now, I'm not saying do that, but there are 12,000 manors in Laguna Woods, and they usually have people in them that can vote. And I would suggest that might be something that would be a little more democratic, that would make people feel more comfortable about moving in this direction. If any of you have read your SCE electric bills from March and April, you would have realized that SCE notified us that they've made application to the California Public Utilities Commission to raise electric rates over the next 5 years with a pretty big change, more money from us as ratepayers. You can begin to understand why communities like Costa Mesa are also trying to find alternatives to SCE and investor-owned utilities as a source for their electricity. I get it. I think that by investigating the viability of community choice aggregation as an alternative to SCE by this council is commendable. Give them and the city staff time to get a clear-eyed view and fact-based understanding, positive and negative, of what is entailed in joining the OCPA. Lastly, no one on this council or in our community deserves to be verbally abused, no matter how strong your feelings on this subject may be. So I thank you very much, and take care.
Thank you, Bill. Ann Beltran.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I support the council holding a town hall for residents to learn more about the Orange County Power Authority, which is our option to promote green energy. One aspect that residents need to learn more about is the way working with a nonprofit entity instead of an investor-owned utility such as a SCE results in delivery over time of programs and grants that support residents in increasing their energy efficiency within their homes. This is what community choice aggregation nonprofits like OCPA have been doing across the state since 2010. Currently, there are about 24 other CCAs, community choice aggregation nonprofits, serving 14 million customers in California. And because they're not investor-owned, they're able to reinvest in helping their customers become more energy efficient. The Clean Power Alliance serves 33 cities north of us, plus unincorporated LA and Ventura counties. It provides rebates and incentives to residential customers, as well as discounts for certain income levels. The rising risk of power outages has prompted the Clean Power Alliance to invest in backup battery storage energy at essential facilities, such as city halls and community centers, to minimize impacts during emergencies or significant weather events. I think that one should be of a lot of interest to us. By 2025, Clean Power Alliance strategic plan calls for $200 million of investments in the communities they serve. South of us is San Diego Community Power, which is now offering its own grant program, again, recycling what would otherwise be profits into community grants. Our option for community choice energy in this part of Orange County is the OC Power Authority. It is currently serving residents of Irvine, Buena Park, and Fullerton. In September, the Fountain Valley City Council will be having its first reading of whether they will join OCPA. So that means, for people who don't know, that they'll vote on whether to authorize staff to write an ordinance for their second reading, which will be their final vote. The cities of Costa Mesa and Stanton are in the process of doing their own feasibility studies. So as residents, speaking for both my husband and myself, we support holding this town hall for all residents to become more informed about community choice energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Gloria Moldau.
Hello, and thank you all for hearing this subject. Some of you recognize me or my name, Gloria Moldau. My husband, Bert Moldau, served this community for many years as a member of Third for over 3 years, and then as a member of GRF. He, unlike many others, was very farsighted and was always thinking ahead. And it was because of his initiative that we have any solar, that our lights were changed to LEDs. Fortunately, he was on a board at the time where he had a couple of supporters, and they were able to, I must say, push this through against huge opposition, just huge. It really upsets me sometimes when I think of how badly he was abused because they wanted solar. They also changed the lighting in all the 3-story buildings and made a huge difference in the lives of people who live in this community. He died 3.5 years ago, and before that time, he was working on this whole issue of microgrids and distributed energy. And in fact, he along with Sue Stevens, who was then, I believe, president of the Towers Association, and had experience with Southern California Edison, had invited people here to give them some background on this. He thought it was not only the wave of the future, but the wave that we must go, considering the issues that we have with fires, with outages, with increasing of Southern California Edison. So I dug up, amazing that I found them, 2 papers that he wrote that I'll be glad to give the mayor to distribute as you like, to see, because the arguments he was making were the same then as now. The point is that this has to be considered. It has to be reviewed. Every aspect, whether it'll be private or public, this is something that will benefit our community for many years to come. And it's a big project. It will require a lot of effort for several years. At the time he wrote this in 2019, there was a $280 million grant available. I don't know whether monies are still available to explore this. So I implore you to not table this, but to continue investigating and to do the best for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Harvey Liz.
I'm Harvey Liss, a resident of Irvine since 1976. There's an old ad that says, speak to someone who drives one. Talk to people in Irvine that have experienced OCPA, rather than people who are just propagandists and lobbyists trying to sell you a bill of goods, which is what OCPA has done. There's probably between a 30 and 40% opt-out rate of residents of Irvine from OCPA. If everybody had the truth and knew exactly what was going on, there would be a 100% opt-out rate. There's absolutely no reason at all to stay in OCPA. It does nothing for the environment. If right now with Southern Cal Edison at SCE's green rate, 100% renewables, I get an 18% discount. It started at about a 15% discount 2 years ago and has gone steadily upward. With OCPA, if you look at their rates, they charge a 7% premium to go to 100% renewables. Now, if you go to SCE's website, they say they put you on a waiting list because they can't buy more contracts immediately. OCPA says they can buy more contracts. Who's telling the truth? Well, Southern Cal Edison has their purchases certified by a legislative developed nonprofit. OCPA is exempt from any certification process. They're playing a shell game. They say they're buying 100% renewables. How do you know? They won't release any of the essential documents. They're buying coupons. It's extremely complex, this power industry. OCPA has no power industry experts.
Mr. Liss, can we pause for just a moment? We'll stop your time and restart it. I think the microphone batteries went out. Yeah, it was just the last couple of seconds.
Some of us did.
Yeah.
Please don't disregard the
Perfect.
budgetary report that we gave you. It's still in
Thank you.
good shape.
Pretty soon my own battery's going to run out.
Oh, that's right.
Going.
Okay.
Give it a shot.
What's important is to get both sides of the story, not just one side. There are no experts in the power industry in OCPA. They pay huge commissions to experts all over the country for this. Southern Cal Edison has been doing this for a very long time. They have the experts. OCPA cannot compete right now. In fact, no CCA can compete with the investor-owned utilities. Their time is gone. Maybe 20 years ago, when the investor-owned utilities had little interest in renewables, that has totally changed. There is no longer any role for CCAs, and I don't believe any of them are providing what they said they would provide. In Irvine, the OCPA, that's the Orange County Power Authority, claimed they would provide all kinds of benefits to the public. So far, there has been absolutely no benefit at all. They lowered the base rate, claiming it's 3%. That's a lie. OCPA provides only the generation part of the power bill which is only
Thank you,
40%
Mr.
of the
Liz.
bill. So
Sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
research.
All right. We have Susan, is it Suzanne or Susan Modell? Suzanne? No, whatever you want.
I'm Suzanne Modell. I'm a resident of Laguna Woods. I'm the president of Concerned Citizens, which means that I'm probably indirectly responsible for this whole issue coming forward because Concerned Citizens did sponsor a presentation by OCPA in April about the possibility of bringing their services to Laguna Woods. And as you can see, it's caught some interest. What I'd like to say to you now, I guess I misunderstood. I had assumed that after I had watched at home the June and July meetings, that you all would go on ahead and do some serious investigation of this, and you call it a feasibility study or a cost-benefit analysis. It's very clear that there are protagonists and antagonists on this issue. It's really, really almost as strong as what we just went through with the voting proclamation. And it would seem to me, actually, just like with the voting proclamation, there are facts here. But it's simply not enough for you all to rely on whoever is going to come forward and talk to you. You're going to need to do some digging yourselves, and most likely, if you need some staff, you need some people with legal background, you may, in other words, need to invest some money in order to find out whether this is or is not the best plan. Concerned Citizens is neutral on the issue. I'm not here to encourage you to adopt, and actually, I don't think I'm here to encourage you to run to a town hall. If a town hall would be more like what we're having here, I don't think it would move us forward. I would encourage you to think about putting aside a small sum of money, hiring some engineers, some power executives, administrators, and other kinds of people who would be qualified. I do think this is a toughie, but there are many of us who want to support green energy, and there are many of us who would like lower bills. So I suspect the sentiment of the public is to go ahead and investigate. So I hope you will.
Thank you very much. Suzanne. Let's see, Jonathan?
Well, I think it's time for some sarcasm.
I think we already had it.
No, we haven't had any good sarcasm. Who needs facts? Who needs info? Who needs data? No, I really think that you should go ahead. I'm with her.
You didn't sit next to her.
Wow.
There are a lot of hers out there, was it our last speaker? Anybody that would like to be the her, stand up now. No, it's a him back there, okay. Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, Mike Rao.
Thank you. My name is Mike Rao. I'm a resident. I strongly oppose Laguna Woods potentially entering an agreement with the Orange County Power Authority, OCPA, more so as I learn more. I've stated my opposition here before. I ask that you make a motion to drop consideration of OCPA immediately. An agreement with OCPA would bind Laguna Woods in a dangerously risky joint powers authority with other cities that sign up with OCPA, giving them the rights of eminent domain here in Laguna Woods. The County of Orange withdrew from OCPA on December 20th, 2022. Supervisor Katrina Foley released a statement following today's Board of Supervisors meeting where the board voted to withdraw from the Orange County Power Authority. The The county pursued audits of the OCPA at Supervisor Foley's direction, which detailed the agency's lack of transparency with consumers, failure to implement government best practice financial controls, and the lack of effective leadership and expertise among staff. End of quote. Foley's full statement, as well as the detailed reasons for withdrawal explained by Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, can be seen on YouTube for that meeting. Once a city is bound to OCP, the Joint Powers Authority makes it extremely difficult to withdraw. Orange faced a potential withdrawal penalty of over $60 million because allegedly OCPA had made energy procurements in that amount to ensure they could continually supply the energy requirements for Orange. Demand that OCPA open their books so that you and the public can see 1 month of their settlement data and payment transactions. OCPA is a public nonprofit. You and the public need to see and assess their financials and all liabilities for ratepayers and the city. OCPA is a troubled startup company of energy trading middlemen that in 3 short years has already tied up other cities in costly entanglements. I ask that the City Council make and move a motion to drop further consideration of OCPA. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicki Johnson.
Good afternoon, City Council. I oppose the City of Laguna Woods potentially joining the OCPA. Okay, as I have stated each time in my prior comments, it's okay. I urge you to make the motion to drop consideration of OCPA and have no more discussion until OCPA has achieved an investor-grade rating. That would show they're growing, they're viable, and they're well-managed. Right now, OCPA is shrinking, having just lost Huntington Beach on June 30th. Only 3 cities remain. Now, Fountain Valley, guess who did their feasibility study? Paid for by OCPA, their own long-term consultant, Pacific Energy Advisors. That's a conflict of interest to have OCPA provide the feasibility study. So good luck, Fountain Valley, to have their interests protected. If you really want to move ahead with discussion, there are 2 critical areas you need to ask for information about. The first is the data. The actual settlement data from CAISO and the actual energy invoices for the entire fiscal year of 23-24 to verify that OCPA is truly buying physical renewable energy and not, for example, paper energy, renewable energy certificates. There should be no NDA, there should be no redactions. This is a public agency. They want you to join them. You set the terms. Ask them to give you the data for analysis, the financial data. Now, the other very, very big area is the legal area. The JPA must be scrutinized, a complete, unbiased understanding of the legal liabilities for the ratepayers and this city's general funds. Clauses 5.7 and 6.3 particularly, under withdrawal and liabilities, states to the maximum extent possible, claims, demands, damages, and liabilities those liabilities will fall on the ratepayers. And the cities are at risk. Huntington Beach, you could see in their own financial reports, was assessed initially $7 million for withdrawing. The county, $1 million for withdrawing. So the JPA has got to be evaluated, not by OCPA's consultants, not BBK, that's their law firm. You have to get another law firm to really look at what does the GPA mean to protect our interests. That is the essential document. And when you look at investor grade rating, Standard & Poor, Fitch, Moody, they all say it's an advantage to investors that cities can't withdraw, not easily. You're locked in. Investors like that.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Sinclair.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking these comments. Yeah, thank you for taking these comments. I'm someone who feels very strongly about this, and I cannot, as a resident of Laguna Woods, support you enough in pursuing answers. So far, we've had discussion on this, but it's been pretty darn one-sided. And so I implore you to take this on, do some research, sort out the complaints and the grievances and the issues, and separate out what was true before and what's currently a problem. And I'm coming from a place of absolute, how do you even say this big enough? Environmental alarm. It's like we can't pass up a chance to do something to help this bigger problem that we face. And the step that's going to matter the most is reducing our reliance on oil. And this is the kind of a project that would magnify every single resident's power in doing that. And it would make a much bigger difference than what we're each doing individually one by one. So thank you. I think also the residents need more information. It's been pretty one-sided, like I've said, and it's been a small, very vocal group, and we don't know if what we're hearing is truth or not. So that would be an incredible service from the city to be able to sort out and to help us understand it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you all. Well, that's the last one I have. Is there anyone else?
Can you lean into your mic?
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Catherine?
There's a hand raised.
Oh, yeah. Why don't you come
Looks
up
like
and sit in the
Catherine
front?
and then Lynn. Yeah.
Go ahead, Catherine. And ma'am, yes, you can come up and sit in Catherine's seat and exchange it.
I get alarmed when I hear things like OCPA, fundamentally because having been in the electrical industry for many years and involved when we set up the grid nationally and how we set up so that we could have reliable electricity. And what we're doing now as a society, which I feel badly about, is we're duplicating power sources. So we're spending a lot of money going to additional power sources like solar, windmills, which are not continuous. They can't provide reliable power. So we have to back up. So we have to have, in addition to whatever they might have, and let's say they have 100 megawatts of solar and wind. In order for us to have electricity 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, reliably, you're going to need, and this is the statistics that are coming up, 9/10 of that. So we need 90 million megawatts just as backup to sit there to make sure that we have a reliable system. Because our society will not survive if you shut down factories because they don't have the power. We, as a water district, can't provide you the water if our pumps don't work. And so we got to realize this whole society is geared around electricity, and electricity can only be used when it's there. You don't store it. When you flip the light switch on, the electricity is there because the generators and everything are there to provide that electricity the instant you demand it. Unfortunately, most people in this country do not understand what it takes to deliver electricity reliably. If you want to spend some time really learning about it, go to Cal ISO and see what work they have to do in order to control the whole network here. Because just look over by the water district headquarters. There's a big substation there. This whole area has substations all around. And so this is, unless you have that understanding, you're in a dream world. You're not realistic with what the situation is. And yeah, we can save, you can say you're going to save carbon and everything. My God, one forest fire up in Canada is producing more carbon in the atmosphere than we generate in a year. So let's be realistic. Let's address this as adults. And let's make sure that we're not setting up our society to fail because we're getting emotionally involved instead of looking at this thing logically. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Jarrett. I live at 4010 1C, Cayey, Sonora. I wanted to make some...
Mike, can you talk into the mic?
There, is that better?
No.
I'm really bad with the mic. How about that? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you fine, but that's
good.
because your voice comes directly into my mic. And
okay.
So give it a shot.
I'll try. I don't have a good voice myself. Anyway, I wanted to make some comments today that Michael Roth and Vicki Johnson mentioned at the last council meeting, and also Vicki's letter to the editor of the Globe on July the 18th. After reading Vicki Johnson's letter and watching the July council meeting on the subject of OCPA, I would like to assure the residents here that we have a very strong city council with years of experience working together on issues that may come up. I am a 16-year resident of Laguna Woods Village and have followed the council and how they operate. I can assure the council will never join an agency such as OCPA without meeting with the residents in the community and performing an in-depth risk analysis to see if this is an idea that must be pursued by the council. Yes, it only takes 3 votes of the 5 council members to vote on any resolution, but they would never take such a venture on without a great deal of studying, holding town halls, and much more. In fact, I was glad to see this was on the council meeting agenda today, and there was a recommendation to discuss and provide recommendations to the staff on this subject. Excellent. We, the residents of the village, have voted members of the council to their positions, and we have a great deal of trust in them that they will listen to us and take our positions into consideration when making an important decision. If the time comes for discussion of this possible venture, the public will be informed so they can join in the conversation. I applaud Sherry Horn for all the work she's done for this community for upwards of 20 years. I worked with her on another board and know firsthand how smart, knowledgeable, and caring she is. She has the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles and would never vote on anything that will line her pockets or anyone else's. By the way, there is no education question on the application to become a city council member, as far as I know. I also applaud Mayor Hatch for his words at the last council meeting when he stood up for the entire council against any untrue accusations. Thank you.
I think the thing that perhaps is the most impressive about this community is that you are a very thinking group of people. And yet, as we age, we have the ability to make decisions that we can weigh based upon our experience and so forth. So we thank all of you who have stayed with us this afternoon. This is a very important topic, and I'm sure that members of the council will have some comments to make now, and I'll start.
Before we do that, can we just be sure there's no other public comments out there? All right.
Well, I was sure there wasn't because they were all awake and they'd been listening and very carefully. Okay.
All right. Well, we will close public comments then.
Thank you very much. We've closed that. So let's hear from this side for a few moments. I'll start here alphabetically with Carol. No.
Go ahead.
All right. Annie?
Okay, well, first of all, it just really warms my heart to hear the compassion that all of our residents of Laguna Woods have when it comes to issues that affect us all. And at one point, I felt like it put the council people at a disadvantage, but it actually puts us at a really, really great advantage because we see the care, we see the compassion, and we see also the divide. And so when I see that we continually need to gather more information about this issue. At one point, I was ready to table this and just until we get more information, but I've changed my mind because it's not as one-sided this council meeting as it has been in previous ones. So I applaud everyone for coming out, and will continue to keep an open mind about this issue.
Thank you, Sharon.
I also want to thank everybody for coming and making their opinions heard. I mean, the idea that we would just put on a blindfold and not even look for more information doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm hoping that we can learn more. I agree that we need to learn more. None of us are experts on it, but it's something we're interested in. I would like to move forward with a risk assessment first and make sure that it's safe for the city. If it's safe for the city, then we can move forward with other things. But I am not comfortable with just not looking at it because somebody else didn't like it. So we need the experts to look at it and to tell us what's right, what we can do, what we can't do. Then it will lead to a feasibility study, and then we'll know. We'll have more facts to talk about. Right now, we're just expounding on things that we really don't know about. So I certainly support moving forward with this and doing a risk assessment.
Yes.
I think it's been very worthwhile that we've been looking into this issue. I think we have a whole host of questions to investigate. We have economic questions, we have green energy questions. There are known unknowns and there are unknown unknowns. You know, it's obvious that OCPA has a checkered past and a very difficult beginning. They have new management now, but they've only been in place for about a year. Some cities have left, some cities are thinking about leaving, some cities are thinking about joining. And we don't know here what kind of financial liability we may be taking on for the city, and we don't know what kind of administrative burden we'd be taking on for the city if we become in the power generation business. I share the concern expressed by many of you and started with Burt Moldow many years ago, you know, that our planet is on fire and we need to do something. But I'm not certain that OCPA is the thing that's going to help us out. I don't think we can tell if they're going to give us what they promise they will provide. We can't see their contracts. We don't know how much they're spending to buy their energy. We don't know if it's actually coming from green sources. We can't see when their contracts expire, so we know when they're going to be renegotiating their rates. We don't know that OCPA has better bargaining power than Edison when it comes to buying that finite supply of green energy. We don't know that there's enough clean energy, you know, for all of our needs, and we don't know who all's bidding for it. Our investigation has raised a lot of questions, and I don't think the answers are available now. Things are in flux. They're going to take time to sort out. We're going to need, if we want to join this organization, we want to know that they have experienced staff, that they have developed green resources, that their financial operations are, and I think the concept about investment grade finances is a good idea. Irvine's going to have a new city, well, Irvine has a city council election at which this is really a big deal. And they may be in or they may be out, and that's going to be significant for this organization. We ourselves are going to be electing new council members in November, and we may have different views represented right here on the dais. This reminds me of our city's decision to allow a cannabis retail outlet in the city. The California law allowing those stores passed years and years ago. And we decided not to be a front runner and an experiment in that regard. We decided to wait a while and see how things settled out. And Councilmember Horn and I personally interviewed chiefs of police in neighboring cities after they had a few years of experience with legal cannabis stores and found out that they had no additional law enforcement issues arising out of that. And because the cannabis issue had the potential to affect our entire city, our reputation as seniors smoking pot or whatever, we put it to the people for an advisor. And only after other cities had developed experience and a track record, and our residents had said yes, they were interested in it, did we move forward with it. I think that we have accomplished what we can for now with our initial investigation. And clearly, we don't know enough to decide. And I'm not convinced that going with OCPA at any time, now or any time, will actually increase our use of green energy because Edison has a state mandate to provide green energy. So I propose that we table this issue for a while. I know people have suggested against that, but I think we need to wait for things to develop. I think that what needs to happen is we need to see how the Power Authority moves forward, what kind of staff they develop, what kind of transparency they develop, what kind of financial management they put in place. I think we need to then conduct our investigation when there are facts to be known. Then I think once we have our investigation done, we should have a town hall and educate our members. Then I think we should have an election so that people in this community, once educated and once we know what we can know, they can vote on it. And all that, I think, has to wait until things percolate through and things get more established, because we're a little city and I don't want to risk our city and I don't want to put our residents to the test when we can't get the information that we need. So I'm going to make a motion that we table this for some future council without instructions. Just when they decide the time is right, they pick it up and look at it again. So that's my motion. Unpopular as it is.
Carol, is there a second to that?
I second,
All right,
but I
Carol.
want discussion. I know on a table, but this is not
All right,
Robert's
all right,
rules. We understand that, so we don't
just-
bring that in and say that we can't do that.
All right, go ahead.
I want us to make sure that we understand. I think your idea, I don't disagree, and I want you to understand when somebody says they know how we're going to vote, we've never, I should say, speak for myself, I have never spoken to one person here, so I would wonder how you would know how I'm going to vote. I've never spoken to anyone, nor have I spoken against or for, ever, up here. So how would you know how I'm going to vote? I find that a little unusual. My colleague, her statement, one question I want us to understand, and I think Bill brought it up, and that is we have to understand a vote is about $50,000. $50,000 to find out if we want something. We better be more knowledgeable before we spend the 50. That's a lot of money, and I think that you would expect that we would be more knowledgeable before we went to that step. So that would be my statement on that. The issue of learning more about it, it's a very complicated topic. And I would question anyone in this room that feels like they would be willing to come to a debate and sit up there and have questions drilled at you regarding the grid. I don't think, if you feel like you're capable of that, raise your hand now because we need you. We'll have you speaking. I should have known Catherine would. Anyway, Catherine is an electrical engineer, but there's that aspect of it. And there's another one. How many here would like for us to ask SCE to do a study on whether we should go into OCPA? Raise your hand if you think that's a good idea. I see one hand up. Why is no one saying OCP, that SCE would do it? Why not? And I think we know, you don't have to. Then why would we ask OCPA to do it? If they're the party, we can't have them do the study. We can't have SCE do it, we can't have OCPA do it, right? Does anybody disagree with that logic? I think to me it's logical. So then it means that we have to get people who are knowledgeable. I have no problem with that. I think it costs money. Should we, and I think Cynthia's goal is to saying what I think I'm trying to lead to is that it looks to me like we have a lot of learning to do before we're to the step of asking for a $50,000 election or before we're asking to spend money on studies. And I think many people in our community look to us to take care of their money, and that's what we're here for. So I have to agree with what you're saying. I think that every detail isn't something perhaps I would choose, but I think your logic is where mine is.
Can I talk again,
So we have a motion to table this.
I understand that,
Okay.
but we haven't
Well, you
heard,
haven't speak.
we haven't heard from the mayor
Hey,
yet.
how about
have
hearing from
we?
the mayor?
Okay. You know, I have this great desire to have a pulpit here, to have this here, and I'm talking to you.
Use your mic.
But you never hear me, so anyway. Okay,
No, you had a comment, Jim?
what do we do now? There's an issue we have to decide. What do we do now? There's another issue we have to decide. The green, right now, this community is being asked to take this particular issue to go and join what's in total disarray right at the moment because they don't know whether Irvine's going to accept the OCPA, okay? And they have come and asked us to join them now, okay? That solves our problem, doesn't it? Because they've made promises that some of us don't think they can ever meet, ever. Irvine doesn't think they're going to meet it. Costa Mesa didn't. And anyway, what we have shared together, we're going to have 2 new council members. 1 new one for sure, but there are 4 running for 3 seats. My seat is going to be vacant, so we know we'll have 1 new council member, and he's got to, or she's got to learn all about this, start over again, and certainly we have indicated that we don't have the answers right now. That's patent. Those are the issues. The green issue, there's issue after issue that needs our input on, that makes Sue Deering happy, that when she turns on the lights, that they'll go on and stay on, okay? So the question becomes, at least it seems to me, is how is the best way to do that? If your thinking is, and perhaps that's their thinking, if we keep it without postponing it, without putting it on hold for a while, some reasonable period of time, with instructions to the staff to undertake certain tasks that help answer questions. Obviously, the first one is, how much is it going to cost the city? And i.e., ultimately you, what are the savings that are going to be? Is OCPA going to be in existence after Irvine's vote? And that sort of thing. So if we picked a reasonable period of time and said, look, we'll bring it up, not item by item, month by month, or whatever it is, that will give staff the opportunity to undertake certain tasks that we can assign to them even today and come back and report. You'll hear about it and so forth. And obviously, what's the first task that we would ask them to do? How much it's going to cost us here in the city and so forth. That also gives us time to determine what happens whether OCPA is going to make it. I know the one candidate for the mayor's office is adamantly opposed, Larry Eagle, or whatever his name was. adamantly opposed to doing that. I am not interested personally in you and me and my wife and being a guinea pig, in essence, or not the substitute, but for OCPA. I do not want to have them breathing on my neck. So you got to do it. Coming out, having wonderful publicity meetings and that sort of thing. I don't want to call on you or the 18,000 of you who you represent to undertake a task until you have been given from us who are undertaking an investigation what the facts are. And my electrical bill probably is more than some of you together. So I'm all for it. But my sense is then that we want to keep going on this because it's here and we do pay too much. So let us give give direction to staff to take on some assignments. Let's have the elections go through, find out if Irvine's in or if Irvine's out. Very candidly, Irvine's a great city, but I work with them on the Fire Authority Board, and it scares me to go to bed with Irvine. I don't know about some of you, but Irvine believes very strongly in Irvine. They really do. So I would support a reasonable period to put this not on hold, but to give directions to staff to continue investigations. And the first thing I would suggest is something I think our city manager has suggested, and that's let's take a look at the finances and see what it's going to cost us. The finances and the risk. We become part of it, and what happens if it doesn't work? How do we get out of it? We don't. Costa Mesa was looking at a bill of something $50, $60 million. The county left OCPA, and they had a bill for, I don't know how many millions, it was 60 or something like that. We would not be that large. So my counsel to the rest of the council is we don't let it die, but we give instructions and we place a time limit so they know that there is a limit as to how they need to operate, what they need to do, and we give them instructions. And my instructions would be to, I think a couple of you said, and that is to determine what the risks and the cost is, no matter how beautiful it is painted, what it's going to cost us to open that door and walk into that room. Okay? So,
Pardon me, we had a motion we probably should vote on, and then you can make your motion, but don't you think we should, or withdraw the motion?
I think
whichever way?
procedurally, there's a motion and a second, so.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to my motion. My suggestion to the council was that there are many things that are in flux now, and research that we do regarding finances, regarding costs, regarding cost to get in, cost to get out, cost to our residents, all of that is still in flux. And I think directing our staff to do an investigation into those things is premature right now. And that's why I suggested that we table this until such time as our next city council, with whoever we have on it, makes a determination that things are stable enough that their bonds are investment grade or their finances are kept on a par with our city's finances, and we know what they're doing. And once that information is starting to solidify, that's when we should reinitiate our investigation. So I renew my motion simply to table this and to have a later city council take up the issue of further investigation at a time when I think the investigation can reveal some actual facts. Sorry, Mayor.
All right, do you all understand that? And Carol, do you second that?
I
Is
second.
that, you did before, is that what
But
you
she's-
understand?
We
You
never
have
did vote
seconded?
on it. We either need to vote or withdraw it, and either way, I'm open to either
All
way.
right, well, let's, just one question then. How is staff to determine, under your motion, with what's in there and what's not in there, where they're headed, what they're to do?
Let's ask staff.
Well, I understand if the council approves the motion to table this, then staff will sit back and wait until they receive
nothing.
further direction from council.
All right, but that leaves it, what's the direction? Irvine doesn't go along, ha-ha. That's what we tell staff. Irvine does go along. What do we tell staff to do then? Did we say now start and find out what it's going to cost you?
I can say, maybe just from staff's perspective, how I understand the motion. If the council tables it, we wouldn't do anything until we receive supplemental direction from the council. So I think to Councilmember Connor's point, if there are certain things like Irvine's election and the other things that she mentioned that she wants to see unfold, at some point, either Councilmember Connors or somebody else would say, okay, now's the time to reconsider it, and then we would receive direction. But I think if you aim to give staff direction today, you're not really tabling it. So I think they're two
No, all right.
different ideas.
All right. Well, then we're tabling it till after we find out what happens to Irvine?
No.
Oh,
Is that essentially what you're saying?
What do you think, Shelley?
Okay. All right, let's have a,
And I'll just, for the record, I believe the motion as made was to table this item for some future city council to decide when the time is right to look at it again.
and could we have a roll call vote?
all right, yes, we may. Let's start roll call. Please.
Councilmember Connors, Councilmember McCary,
Come back to me later.
Councilmember Moore,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Horn,
No.
Mayor Hatch,
Aye.
Councilmember McCary.
Aye.
Okay, so that's a 4-1 vote.
All right,
All right.
let's take a recess. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, so
Not yet. Not yet.
the vote was 4-1, 4 in favor of the motion, and I'll read the names in a second, but the motion was to table this item for some future city council to decide when the time is right to look at it again. Councilmember Connors, Councilmember Moore, Mayor Hatch, and Councilmember McCary voted aye. Mayor Pro Tem Horn voted nay.
Okay. All right. Okay. How about a 5-minute recess right now? And that's assuming you can still stand. I don't know that.
I would ask that we finish this next one up if we could, and then take a break.
Oh, all right. All right, we go now to, all right, we'll take a 1-minute break so you can leave if you'd like without feeling that you're abandoning ship.
Okay. Don't leave, don't leave.
All right, there'll be a 1-minute or short recess, and then we'll reconvene for item 9.6, City Hall building signage.
I wasn't.
Thank you for staying. We will continue the agenda out of order. We will address 9.6, City Hall building signage, agendized by Council Member Moore. We will ask you to lead out.
Yes, I will note. Sorry, let me get my stuff. There were two written public comments received in advance of the meeting today. Jennifer Ehrlich, who identifies as a resident in opposition, and Eleanor Grigsby also identifies as a resident in opposition. I want to note that Ms. Grigsby's letter expressed frustration at a lack of response from the city. There was no contact information provided, so it was not possible for us to acknowledge receipt of the letter, but if she would like to reach out to us, we can certainly confirm that her letter, both the first one and the second one, as well as Ms. Ehrlich's, were provided to the council in writing and are a part of the record for today's meeting.
That it's fitting that we talk about the letters because they were all fraudulent. Not one of those letters was written by a person who lives in our city. And so you have to ask yourself, who would be willing to commit fraud? Because fraud, an element of fraud is deceit. Somebody's trying to deceive us. Why would somebody want to deceive us? Is it one person? Maybe it's not. But we had 2 emails and a letter from one person who wrote again, and they're all fraudulent. And your thought is, why would somebody commit fraud? I mean, what's the point of this? Could be harassment. And of course, that's an objectionable item. So it's something to think about. And we talk about trust when we have people committing fraud over letters. Does that make you feel that you need to check things out more? It did me, because my first reaction when those arrived, I answered them because I had no reason to think they weren't factual. And then I think it'd be good to share the letters because you will see that there are a lot of clues in the letters, by the way. The person is a baby boomer, they're politically active, and they have some legal background. And I think you can share them, but we could prove this because we have letters, they have DNA on them. We have 2 envelopes, and these are all easy to prove. Anybody who doubts this, I'm quite willing to give everything to the sheriff. It works for me because they are fraudulent letters. None of these people live in our city. So I would start off by saying that. That kind of destroys trust, doesn't it? I hope you considered the way I considered it. All right, back to and it was over this issue, which is really kind of a strange issue to be committing fraud over this. It's hardly, it makes you wonder. Our building at the very top of it says City Hall, but when you walk up to our doors, sometimes it's kind of confusing about which door actually leads into our City Hall. And so I offered previously a suggestion for something we could put over that. And, you know, we are a country. We feel, many of us feel patriotism. We feel like we're one group. We want to show our unification. So I came up with something additional, by the way, suggested by our mayor as an alternate, and it's e pluribus unum. And e pluribus unum comes from, well, Jonathan, why don't you describe it? Because I think you have some background on this. What does that stand for?
Out of many, one.
Right. Out of, or of many, or two. It depends on the E. So what does that mean, out of many, one? Well, originally, it was colonies, and all those colonies joined together. But in this case, we're lots of people. You can look at it differently and say, hey, we're lots of different people who live in the village, and we are one. It's a simple statement. It would go above the door which you would enter, and probably most people wouldn't even notice it. They'll notice something's written there, and that would tell them to go in. They won't take the time to read it because they just glance up and look to see where they're supposed to go. So it seemed like a simple fix to a problem that we have, and that's my suggestion.
All right, let us, Cynthia, yeah. I feel very laid back. I don't know about the rest of it. Excuse me if I'm not going to fall asleep. I want you to know that. Go ahead.
I think we're conflating two different things here. I think City Hall is an excellent place to put a patriotic slogan. And I am all in favor of taking E pluribus unum or any other Latin phrase or the preamble to the Constitution or whatever and putting it on a plaque here in our city council where we enact the laws of our city and we can give homage to the initial proclamation of us as a country of laws, or on a plaque out on one of our pedestals out there. But I think if you put a sign over the entrance to this building, there's not enough room to write, "Come in this door if you want to get a building permit." But you could put city offices over that arch, and it would mirror the public library sign down at this end, and it would tell people that if you want to get a taxi card or if you need to deal with city staff, here's the city offices and it's the place to go. I think our patriotic affirmations should go somewhere else. I think it's important for a wayfinding sign to tell people, especially old people and people who don't see well, and people who may not have English as a first language and may not recognize E pluribus unum as one of our founding principles. You know, this doesn't mean anything to those guys. And I think if we want to be patriotic, we should be patriotic someplace else besides over our door. So I support having a sign, and I support having a sign over the door, but they're not the same sign.
Ma'am?
I agree with Cynthia. I think a sign should be indicative of what the thing is. And a lot of residents have written to us and said entry or city offices would be much more logical to put up there, that a stating like E pluribus unum is okay in its certain places, but people with low vision, and I've lived in other countries where I didn't know the language real well, and it helps to have a clear sign that says entry or city offices, and I think that really would be the best thing.
Thank you. Annie?
Could I ask you about the letters? Are those the letters that I said were fraudulent, or did you have additional letters?
I don't know how you know it's fraudulent. I received if it's the same two letters, I responded and they responded back, and we take comments from Irvine and Lake Forest, so I don't understand.
When there was no return address.
If it was an email.
All right, we got a
sent an
letter.
email.
I frankly don't think it's relevant. The letter came, its origin or why it came is on its face. Anything else, Sherry? All right, Annie?
I want to applaud Council Member Moore for her thoughtfulness in considering, you know, the look of City Hall. I do agree also with Cynthia Connors that we need to keep it simple. That's the most effective way of doing it. And again, we have people of different ages, different visual acuity, and we are used to seeing signs that say stop or yield. These are universal signs. So if we have something like enter on the outside of the door or offices on the outside of the door, I just think, you know, keeping it very simple is a very easy way to go. And if we want to add something additional, we can certainly allow that to be in the chamber somewhere.
Thank you, Annie.
I'm going to ask that the letters be turned over to the Sheriff's Department because I feel that that is harassment, and I think I would like further investigation of how this came about. Thank you.
Excuse me, it's not clear on what came about, how the letters were written.
I hear doubt that these are fraudulent letters, and I just want to prove that they
Okay.
are fraudulent.
All right.
And I would like the Sheriff's Department to have access to them. We can prove it.
I
If
got
you doubt
one
it,
email.
I want, it
All right,
sounds like you
fine.
want proof. I'm quite willing to have the proof.
Okay, I'm going to call point of order because it looks like it's an argument, and
No, I'm
so.
just asking for the proof to be turned over to the
Okay.
sheriff.
All right, and
Request.
Chris will consult with council to see whether that is appropriate act on our part, and not now, but you can do it later unless you want to do it now. Okay.
So I think we can certainly, if you think a crime has been committed, make a report of that.
A crime? Okay.
Well, there's been an allegation that the letters are fraudulent, and the sheriff can investigate if they are able to. I'm really not sure what they're going to be able to do.
It's not difficult to prove, since we know we have the names of the people who live in our city. Unlike other cities, it's quite easy to prove whether these people exist. So proving that if someone wants to prove they exist, that works too.
Public comment was closed. Jonathan wrote something down on a piece of paper.
We haven't had public comments on this item yet.
We do not on this?
No, you need to take them, but you haven't taken them yet.
I know that.
Okay.
All right. We hadn't had anyone sign on. We'll take public comments and then I'll say something since they've all talked. Jonathan, did you want to speak on this issue?
I just suggested that over the entrance should be abandon all hope, ye who enter here.
Jonathan, do you realize that your sense of humor has added about 5 years to your lifespan? Do you realize that? Okay. Catherine Freshley.
Yeah, I like having something different, and I think e pluribus unum is good, particularly when we're emphasizing community bridge builders. I mean, how can you better relate to say from many to one? Because that's exactly what you guys are doing with community bridge builders. So let's be honest about it. Let's welcome people and put it outside the door and say, that's how this community is organized, and that's where we're going. And let's step forward with it, and let's be unique also. I mean, everybody can say welcome, office, and things like that. Hey, let's be a little bit different. We're older, and we have the right to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Yes, please. You've been here, you've spoken, and now you're going to speak
come more.
again.
This is fun. I'm going to come more. I'm looking at the building, and I'm looking to see. I really like e pluribus unum. I think anyone who's a citizen of this country knows what e pluribus unum is. If they don't, they can look it up. It might be good to look it up. But look at the building, maybe e pluribus unum in like a script font that would look very, elegant. And then maybe over the doors, just city offices, so have more delineated signs further down. But look at that big space up there. There's a great space for, City Hall, e pluribus unum. I know it's on the top of the building, but right there, it looks like a good space.
All right.
How about In God We Trust?
That was my original suggestion.
I like In God We Trust right over here. We have it in our halls of government, both state and federal. How about that? Are we still looking at signage for that?
No, it also is English, which helps, I suppose. E pluribus unum, I don't think many of us speak Latin that much, but...
Yeah, that's Latin, right? Yeah.
Well, it's...
But how about In God We Trust? We have room here, too, for more patriotic stuff.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
We hear you. Yes? I know look, we play loose, okay?
I want to reinforce what Jonathan said by suggesting the opposite. I think it should say, enter here for fun.
All right, I don't want to hear it from either of you again today, okay?
Say that if Pat succeeds, in God we trust, under that we put all others pay cash. All others pay cash.
All right. Okay. Look, let's settle down.
May I suggest that I think that was a good idea, that since there is lots of space, we could put the pluribus unum centered up larger above the three, and then just put City Hall offices above the proper art.
It's not on the agenda.
That actually is a good way to handle the whole thing. So now you identify the specific door, and you have a statement up there. We have lots of space to go. All right. So my motion then is to change and use the suggestion. It's a great suggestion. Is to does anyone not understand what she just said and what I further described?
Additional comment?
You want to
Look
put,
at the space.
yeah, you want to put city
Hold on.
offices.
E pluribus unum would be, and see the space between the arches and the upper floor?
Mhm.
There's a lot, see where Chris is, okay, centered in that would, in large print, would be e pluribus unum, and over the proper door, it would say City Hall offices. So you now, everyone gets to be happy.
I'd like to
My
take these up
suggestion-
separately.
Pardon?
I'd like to take these up separately. Well, to take, nope, because I think there's a certain unity about what you put over the door, but I think there's not unity about putting a Latin historical phrase on the face of our building. So,
My suggestion would be this, and this is because I'm a painter. I would suggest we ask ask our staff to prepare renderings with First of all, we have a style of numbers and a style of letters. Anything we put up has to be consistent with that. We have sizing issues as well, okay? So this is not something that is put up in isolation. Therefore, my recommendation is we take no action on this today. We give instructions to council to retain a rendering, an artistic rendering of options. Look at, there's the lettering, the dark black lettering is big. You go over the library, it's bigger. I've come to the conclusion that we need something there to direct people to walk in those doors. I even still make sure I'm walking to the same door.
We know we need something.
All right, so we need something. So let's come back, see a couple of 3 renderings, E pluribus union, City Hall offices, whatever it is. We'll have to spend a couple $100, but I think it's worth it.
We can certainly do renderings. A recommended action might be to direct staff to prepare renderings of potential City Hall building signage incorporating city offices and/or e pluribus unum, and then I'll give you varieties that have both, that have separate.
Okay, I have a point of order. I need clarification. We have not decided if we wanted to use the phrase or not. So I think before we direct staff to give us a view of it, we need to vote on, is this something we really want?
So we're voting on the motion that he offered, which was to get renderings.
We're not voting on using that.
His statement as a motion, and we can vote on that. Right.
I don't think that's how it's, we were having a discussion about the signage over, and so to direct staff to read to come up with the signage that we haven't voted on, we want to look at, I think, I can't support that motion.
If I could.
We're not voting, we're asking them to bring renderings so that we can make a decision.
If I can offer a thought, if there's opposition to, for instance, using e pluribus unum.
And there is.
then
I have opposed
voting against the
that.
motion would accomplish that without taking a separate.
So wait a minute, I want to make sure, so what we have a problem with is you do not want e pluribus unum, is that correct?
That is
And you
correct.
do not want e pluribus unum, is that correct?
Correct, I would like city offices.
Not want e pluribus unum, is that correct? Okay, so we have 3 people who do not want the,
Okay.
it's the e pluribus unum that bothers you. I just want to make sure we understood. Okay.
And just for clarification, it doesn't bother me, the phrase itself, and I'm thinking more about the community as a whole rather than myself. And so I don't want you to assume that the phrase bothers me, because it doesn't. I just don't think it's appropriate for the signage outside the building.
Okay. Are you going to ask others then how they feel, or are you just going to make that choice?
This is my vote,
Sure.
so I'm giving my feedback on it.
All right, then let's take a vote. I guess we'll take we'll take a roll call vote.
What are we roll calling on?
I think a roll call vote is the order. Thank you.
I think just
what's the motion in
let
front
me,
of us?
yeah, I was going to say, let me clarify here.
Whether we use a pluribus unum in any.
Yes, okay.
Oh, okay.
That's
Okay, so there was a
on
motion
that.
that was made, there was no second to it. Is there now a second motion being made, or are we voting on the first
I
motion?
second voting that we're voting on a pluribus unum.
I'm lost.
Are we
Okay,
voting
so
on
then
the?
maybe that's the recommendation on the agenda then, direct the city manager to have metal lettering reading E pluribus unum installed over the arch outside?
That's not our recommendation.
That's not our recommendation. We didn't vote on that.
No, I know, but isn't that,
Oh, that's what's up?
I guess, who's making the motion?
You did make the motion. Let's stick with that one then. You made the motion and I seconded it. So we are not asking the city manager to come back with lettering with e pluribus unum. I mean, we're voting on
Yeah,
that.
the motion that was made was to direct staff to prepare renderings of potential city hall building signage incorporating city offices and/or e pluribus unum. So you could vote on that
That's
if you would
right.
like to.
We know what that is.
No, wait a minute, no. I'm sorry, I'll withdraw. What I am trying to see, e pluribus unum was not my first choice, okay? One that was Latin. Nobody, half the people who go up are not going to know what it means or says. Yeah, something like my first choice was In God We Trust. Everyone knows that, and it says a message. That was not acceptable to everybody. What I want to see, personally, is what kind of sign will look good up there, whether it's E pluribus unum or some other thing, in juxtaposition of the library lettering, the numerals, what it looks like going straight across when you have an arch, how many words that you would, how big it would be, that sort of thing. I want to visually see what it looks like.
We
Why?
have a motion, no, that we have to finish with first, and then we can do
Well,
it.
but I thought
that is
was
to do that. I guess that is to do that. I guess in that motion, you need to give us direction as far as what the text says. So based on the prior
I
discussion.
don't like it to say anything.
I understand. So if you want to change the motion, you can give me other text for it.
Draw it or let's vote it, either way.
Right.
How about should a sign go here? Would that work?
Okay, I'm gonna offer a substitute motion, and maybe we can take this in pieces. I'm gonna offer a motion that says we should put city offices on the archway above the main entrance to City Hall.
Second.
And we'll get that one straight away, and then we'll figure out what to do about renderings and Latin and everything else. Okay, a second.
Right, do we have a second?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, will you accept the
Any comments
substitute
on the
motion?
amended motion?
Well, you're going to vote.
That isn't that, I did ask. I think that, I guess I'm the person who saw that the city needed the sign, because I'm the one that keeps bringing it up. And this is the second offer I've had, and it doesn't seem to be work either. So I guess I'm voting no on my vote. It's a roll call vote.
Yes,
So go
let's
ahead.
do a roll call. All right, Cynthia?
Okay, this is for city offices over our door. I vote yes.
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 Okay.
I vote
But that
yes
wasn't a
because
roll
we've
call
got to
vote.
get going on something.
One
It
detail.
was a 4-1 vote with all voting in favor with the exception of Councilmember Moore.
Okay.
Okay, then do you want a second motion to direct staff to prepare a rendering with e pluribus unum or some other phrase in that empty space?
Okay, if you want to do, I thought we didn't agree on that, but you're agreeing now to do that too.
Well, I don't think we actually voted on the other one.
Well,
Okay.
if we had
I will second that.
We can
You
look
do
at it.
do a rendering and do as I asked in the very first place. That worked.
Yeah, that would be the renderings with both city offices and e pluribus unum.
Leave it for a future
So
discussion.
So are we voting on that one?
Motion and a second.
All right.
Who seconded?
I did.
Who
So
motioned
it- roll call
it?
vote.
I made the second motion. Start at that end.
So I'm confused. So you made the motion.
No, she did.
You made the motion. What was the motion?
Actually, I asked Carol if she wanted a second motion to be, that we direct staff to create a rendering so we can see what it looks like with something written across in that space.
And she mentioned it.
So you ask her, so is that a motion or is that a question? I need to know what.
So I think there's actually,
It's a motion. I'll make
before we make a third motion, the first motion was to prepare renderings with city offices above the arch and E pluribus unum on the building. That motion did get a second, and so in my mind, it's not inconsistent with the motion that was just approved. It's something that you could vote on.
I think that is the motion. I mean,
So you don't have to do a new motion or a new second if you want to vote on, should you get a rendering of E pluribus unum in the space above the arches and city hall offices in the space below.
For the record, I think a motto that said, many members, one community, would say the same thing and would not be in Latin. But I think we can, there's really two issues. One is, do we want anything up in that space? And the second is, what do we want in that space? So at least a rendering may show us what we think it looks like if we put something up there.
I think maybe we should wait until after the city offices is up and then, so you can really see. So why don't we just table that until one city offices is up over the doorway that we just voted for?
Is that a motion to table?
Yeah.
It's really fun sitting here, isn't it?
This is a simple decision that's gotten very.
Can I make a brief comment, just an idea? I think, having just that city offices up there, wasn't that brought up as just a good start? And the other would be just a rendering?
Yeah.
Because we have elections coming up. We're going to have thousands of people coming to this building. And I think city offices would be a good one. That's my input.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Cynthia, educate me. Where are we?
Well,
I'm strike that.
We had a
Chris?
motion and a second.
Yeah, I
And
believe.
again,
Chris,
ahead.
what do you
the
understand?
motion, as I understand it, is to direct staff to prepare renderings of potential city hall building signage incorporating city offices and/or, well, I guess, and E pluribus unum.
Yes, okay. Is that okay? Is that okay?
Roll call vote.
You understand what was just said?
Are we still putting city offices above the door?
Yeah,
Yes.
So this is just
This
a
is
rendering of how it will look,
Yes.
if we add something
Both,
else.
Okay, you got a
but
problem
it's
with
the E
that?
pluribus unum.
It's only an
Right now,
artist's
for the-
rendering. We're going to vote on what we want to do, if anything. Is that okay?
I get that. I just want
The
to make sure.
language is a placeholder at
Yeah.
least.
All right, let's take a roll call vote on that. Is it clear, Chris?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm clear.
Carol?
I think that we let the city.
All right, well,
Councilmember Connors,
I'll vote yes.
Councilmember McCary,
Yes.
Councilmember Moore,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Horn,
Aye.
and Mayor Hatch.
aye.
Look at that, we're unanimous.
All
Oh
right.
my gosh, we've got that
We
long.
will get going on that.
And then we have,
Would
of
you-
course, the.
Get all three.
Okay. Yeah, I want to see, yeah, that's the last of, let's stay in the 9 category. Is that a problem?
We need to go back to 8 for the public hearings.
go back to 8
If that's
on
okay. I mean, we can stay in the 9s, but I would prefer, I have consultants that have been sitting around all day.
All right, let's go to 8,
Okay.
8.1.
Who? Oh, those guys. No, I knew they were here. Remember, they looked so grumpy when they had to go back out.
Okay. All right, so I will go ahead and get started. We will, in just a moment, 2 of our consultants from LSA, our planning consulting firm, are here if there are technical questions related to the environmental impact report. But today we want to talk about the Laguna Woods General Plan and Zoning Code Update Project. This project is certainly not new, started back in 2022, and it includes a couple of different things. I have, over the course of this last week, thinking about how to talk with you about it, I have kind of grouped my thinking into 3 buckets. So the project does 3 things. The first is related to housing element implementation. In the housing element, which you can think of as kind of overarching policy, the City Council identified 17 properties that would be zoned to allow for potential future housing construction. Again, no part of the housing element nor of the actions that are proposed today would require the development of housing. The city is not in the business of building housing itself, and housing at its very core requires a willing property owner and a willing developer. So all the City Council's talking about today and all that you were talking about with the housing element was creating opportunities for housing construction, not a mandate, not a requirement to build it, and certainly also not a requirement to discontinue any existing uses. So in this project, we have taken the overarching policy direction from the housing element, and we have created new zoning overlay districts, 4 of them at densities that, again, were already discussed and approved as part of the housing element. And then we've applied those 4 new zoning districts to the 17 properties that, again, were already identified in the housing element as potential future housing sites. So this is essentially the first program in the housing element, program H-1.1.1, which deals with the rezoning to implement. This is the remaining amount of work that we are told that once it is accomplished, the state will certify the city's housing element. That is the first bucket of amendments and actions proposed today. Second, as long as we were looking at zoning designations and land use designations, we took a comprehensive look at both the general plan land use element and the municipal or the zoning code zoning designations, and we identified 12 other properties in addition to the 17 that we would like to redesignate and rezone to make the zoning and the designations better represent the existing uses on those sites. What does that mean? For example, City Hall and 9 El Toro Water District properties are currently zoned either commercial, open space, or residential community. Water station or water district lift stations, City Hall, they are not commercial facilities, they are certainly not open space facilities, and they are not housing. And so we are proposing to redesignate those as community facilities. Community facilities already exists in the general plan and in the zoning code, and it's specifically intended for these types of public institutional uses. Garden Center 1, which is owned by the Golden Rain Foundation, is currently designated in the land use element for high-density residential. This is, as we discussed during the housing element process, a legacy decision related to a previous iteration of the housing element. Because the current housing element accommodates the city's housing needs allocation on properties that are entirely outside of Laguna Woods Village properties, it's now possible for us to remove that high-density residential designation and instead designate it as open space, which would be consistent with Garden Center 2 and certainly consistent with the type of use that is currently occurring. And then finally, the city owns a property at the intersection of San Remo and Santa Vittoria. If you're on San Remo and you drive to the intersection with Santa Vittoria, more or less right in front of you as it goes up the hill, there is a narrow swath of land that the city owns just on the other side of the wall that encloses the Gate 11 area. That property right now is designated as residential community. It is essentially a hillside with trees and bushes. We are, again, to make it better represent existing uses, proposing to redesignate it as open space instead of a housing designation. The third types of changes that are included in this project relate to comprehensive updates of 3 elements of the general plan. State law requires that the city have a land use element, a circulation element, and a noise element. Those elements have largely remained unchanged since they were adopted. There have been a couple of changes here and there, mostly to the land use element. But because we were in the general plan, because we were looking to update land use designations, and because we need to fold the environmental impacts associated with that potential housing construction into the general plan, we are proposing today relatively comprehensive updates of the land use element, circulation element, and the noise element. Among those changes, although certainly not the only one, we are proposing to retitle the circulation element as the mobility element. Circulation, I think, has some connotations related specifically to vehicles, conventional vehicles. The mobility element, as drafted, addresses vehicular transportation, it addresses bicycles, golf carts, pedestrian accessibility, and so we feel that the mobility term will be better moving forward to provide some clarity with what's actually covered in there. There are a lot of documents included in your agenda packet today. Among them, you have the environmental impact report for the project. You have 2 proposed resolutions and a proposed ordinance. I'm going to read those titles and just briefly comment on what each of those includes. I do want to note that the draft environmental impact report was circulated for public review back on May 9th. We had a 45-day public review period that concluded in June. We received some comments on it. We responded as required by law to those comments, and you have those comment letters and responses in your agenda packets as well. So today's a public hearing. There's an opportunity for that public hearing for members of the public to provide testimony on the subject. After the public hearing, the first resolution that we're proposing is that you adopt a resolution titled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Laguna Woods, California, making findings related to and certifying the final program environmental impact report, including adoption of a statement of overriding considerations per California Government Code or per California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Section 15093, and adoption of a mitigation monitoring and reporting program per California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Section 15091, for the Laguna Woods General Plan and Zoning Code Update, State Clearinghouse Number 2022-080022. We do have one change to this. On the third sentence of the third paragraph on page 1-2 of the final program environmental impact report, we'd like to revise a sentence to read, "The NOA, which stands for Notice of Availability, was mailed to the last known name and address of agencies, organizations, and individuals who previously requested such notice in writing, as well as to all homeowners associations for the dwelling units in Laguna Woods within 1,000 feet of the project location." That essentially means that Third, United, and Mutual 50 received notification. The second recommendation is to adopt a resolution titled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Laguna Woods, California, adopting amendments to the general plan circulation, land use, and noise elements, and determining and certifying that such actions are consistent with the program environmental impact report prepared for the Laguna Woods General Plan and Zoning Code Update, State Clearinghouse Number 2022-080022. And then finally, to approve the introduction and first reading of an ordinance read by title with further reading waived, titled "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Laguna Woods, California, amending Section 13.04.020 of Chapter 13.04, Establishment of Zoning Districts, of Title 13, Zoning, of the Laguna Woods Municipal Code, and adding Section 13.08.050 to Chapter 13.08, Residential Districts, of Title 13, Zoning, of the Laguna Woods Municipal Code, pertaining to the establishment of new residential overlay zoning districts, and determining and certifying that such actions are consistent with the program environmental impact report prepared for the Laguna Woods General Plan and Zoning Code Update, State Clearinghouse Number 2022-080022. I am happy to answer any questions. I would recommend opening the public hearing and taking public testimony first. This project, long time coming. We're at the finish line, which is very good. It by no means means that we are done with actions needing to implement the housing element. But if you look at the housing element, the most pressing and the single item that is standing in front of the state certifying our housing element is completing this rezoning. And that's a portion of this project, but it's certainly a very notable and very important portion of this project. Having said that, I will turn it back over to the mayor.
And we will receive that staff report, and thank you. And we will open the public hearing. I have some cards from Ron Henry.
Rona, I believe.
8.1. Ma'am.
Hi. Well, I just wanted to publicly thank Chris Macon for keeping us informed about the housing element work. I've done a lot of housing element advocacy in other cities, and I've found our city manager to be one of the most responsive and respectful and efficient city managers that I've dealt with. So thank you for keeping us informed. I did not, I'm not sure that I understood, are we talking about the city hall area being rezoned as only community facilities? That's one question I have. And I ask that because there's some really interesting things that other cities are doing with regard to mixed use. So for example, in San Juan Capistrano, they were able to work with a housing developer to build affordable housing over their city hall. And so I just would sort of say, the more we could zone different places for mixed use, I think it's really makes it a much more vibrant city. So just something for you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, can you?
Yeah, I can briefly respond. So with respect to City Hall's parcel, City Hall's parcel is currently zoned for commercial. We're recommending changing that to community facilities. We don't currently have any mixed-use zoning districts. Some of these zoning overlays, when applied to other base zoning districts, will allow for mixed use, but there isn't in this proposal today, there isn't a recommendation to include housing at the City Hall site. I think if I go back several years to when we were going through the site selection process, I think there was a bit of hesitancy on the part of the council that we have only a single city-owned parcel suitable for buildings. So I think there was some lack of comfort with allowing other uses to develop here, but it doesn't mean you can't reconsider it in the future. It's just not a part of this project today.
And would one of the factors be the space and the area available and the surrounding area, or is that irrelevant? That sort
Well, I mean, there are lots of
factors,
unusual and kind of contemporary housing builds. I don't know that City Hall's property is impossible to imagine housing being built on. It's just not something we've looked at.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to?
I think you have, is there something there in your hand?
Yeah. All right, the public, pardon?
Do you have other public comments, or are those?
Oh, I think, well, let me just see. Ann Beltran, on this issue.
First of all, I want to echo Rona's comments on how wonderful it is to work with Chris. I'm a member of the Concerned Citizens Committee on Affordable Housing and Sheltering the Homeless. And he very generously gave myself and a colleague over an hour of his time to explain everything about the housing element and how that might open up some opportunities for people in the village to be advocates on affordable housing issues. And he was really wonderful. So in looking through the packet, most of which I didn't understand, I did come to your memo to the council, and in that it said that the existing ordinance used to provide for 15% of units.
I think that's actually the next item.
Oh, that's the next item?
That's item A2, yes.
Oh, so should I go back and sit down?
Unless you want to comment on this item, more than welcome. But if those comments you would hold until the next item.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't see that. 8.2 for you and for Ann Beltran, which is why you weren't called for this one.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Thank you.
It's just about the changing one.
Good, thank you, Ann. All right, that is Rona is the only one then commenting on 8.1. We'll turn the matter now. We'll close the public hearing, receive testimony, and we'll address now the item 5, the resolution We'll do them separately.
You can take them all together or you can take them separately. It's up to the council.
All right. Would you like to do them individually or all together?
I move the collective
All right.
recommended actions,
All right. Do I
And
have
that's
a second?
including staff's modification to recommendation number 5.
including the modification.
All right. Is there a second? Carol? All right, let's take a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Connors? Aye. Councilmember McCary? Yes. Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Horn?
Aye.
And Mayor Hatch?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Good. We now move to 8.2.
Before they leave, I do want to thank Ryan Bensley and Chris Jones with LSA. LSA has been our partners through the housing element update and through this particular project. They're a firm that we have under contract for advanced planning, the environmental impact analysis. And so Ryan and Chris have done a lot of the heavy lifting on the environmental analysis for this and deserve our thanks. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Okay. All right, are we moving on to item 8.2?
Yes.
Okay. Inclusionary housing regulations. So, and I will introduce our speaker in a moment, but we also have a guest with us today on this item. Inclusionary housing, I'm just going to do a very brief introduction, and then Thomas with EPS is going to get into more of the details. But when we talk about inclusionary housing, we're effectively talking about if we were to receive an application for a residential development project that was not entirely affordable, the city has an ordinance, and we've had an ordinance since 2009, that requires that a certain percentage of new units constructed be deed restricted and made available to households of certain income levels. The existing ordinance was adopted in 2009, and like many cities, I understand the intent to have been helping to make some forward progress on the housing needs allocation assigned to the city by the state. This is a way to require the development of some affordable housing, even if the developer is looking to build more conventional market rate housing projects. So though the city's ordinance was adopted in 2009 and has been in effect for some time, it's never been applied to an actual project because we haven't had any new housing development since 2008. San Sebastian Apartments was constructed in 2008 before this ordinance took place. So in the general plan housing element that the city council adopted, I think roughly a year ago at this point, there's a program that calls for the city to amend its existing inclusionary housing ordinance following completion of a market study to help us understand where to set those percentage set-aside requirements. The program that's in the housing element contains some instructions on how to do this. It says that the city's going to focus on extremely low, very low, and low-income households. Thomas is going to talk in a moment about what those income levels actually mean. And then it also says that we will consult with for-profit and nonprofit developers, as well as housing advocates during the market study process. We have one of those housing advocates in the audience today. I want to thank Rona Henry and Welcoming Neighbors Home, the organization that she represents, for engaging with us through that process, as well as the Kennedy Commission. The Kennedy Commission isn't here today, but I do want to note before we move on that they did submit a letter to the council. It came in just before this meeting started. I believe you have copies of it, but they've submitted a letter opposing the recommendation. But both the Kennedy Commission and Welcoming Neighbors Home were involved during this process, and we appreciate that. Again, at a very high level, before I turn over the presentation, if I think of significant amendments in today's ordinance, one is applicability. There's some information on it in your agenda report, but essentially the ordinance that we're recommending today applies inclusionary housing to a broader range of residential development projects than the current ordinance applies to. The current ordinance only applies to new developments that are 5 units or greater. This ordinance applies to any new residential development if it's in excess of a single unit, so in other words, in excess of a single-family home development. And it also applies it to conversions from apartments to condominiums. Percentage of units, and I think this is what Anne was getting at earlier, we are recommending lowering the overall number of affordable units required to be deed restricted for affordable housing. It doesn't, I want to say this at the top, it does not prevent a developer from building entirely affordable projects. We're really just talking about when we have a market rate or closer to market rate project, what those projects have to set aside for affordable housing. The existing ordinance, much like the proposed ordinance, identifies the percent set aside requirements based on for sale projects versus rental projects. The thing I want to point out here, and we can talk more specifically about the numbers if you'd like to, but though the overall numbers of units required to be set aside would be reduced, the levels of affordability would be increased. So if you look at, for instance, the rental projects line, right now we require that new developments set aside at least 15% of the units for affordable housing, and that be evenly split between low income and very low income households. Under the proposal, that number would drop to 5%, but that number would be evenly split between extremely low income and very low income, thus shifting the affordability one rung deeper. The same scenario is at the for sale project side, where the current ordinance requires set-asides at the low and moderate income levels. We're proposing a lesser number of units, but that they be set aside at low and very low income levels. One other quick point, I know we would be asked the question, so I want to address it up front. How would the proposed ordinance apply to the village or other existing residential communities? The long story short on that is that it wouldn't. Unless they were proposing to build new dwelling units, this ordinance would not come into play. So it's not requiring Laguna Woods Village or any other community to set aside and deed restrict units for any particular income level. We're really looking prospectively at new housing construction or new conversions from apartments to condominiums. There is a market study included in your agenda packet today in support of the recommendation. It's included as attachment D in this agenda item. We contracted with a firm, Economic and Planning Systems Incorporated. Thomas Gonzalez, Vice President with them, is here today. I'm going to let him introduce himself and introduce his firm, but he's going to walk you through more of the nuts and bolts of the market study. So Thomas, if you'll come up to the podium, and I will pull up your PowerPoint maybe while you're introducing yourself.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me here. Happy to share some of the information about the study that we've completed for the city. My name is Thomas Gonzalez. I work for Economic and Planning Systems, or EPS, and we work on a variety of real estate economics and land use economics projects, quite often for cities, sometimes for counties, as well as working sometimes as a third party with developers for projects of all types. But we've done quite a bit of affordable housing projects throughout California, but especially here in, or as well as here in Orange County. I believe you had seen our work in San Clemente, and that was sort of part of how we ended up working with the city of Laguna Woods. And
I'll just jump in there that we actually were referred to Economic and Planning Systems by the Kennedy Commission, who had been familiar with your work in San Clemente, I think doing an in lieu fee study or something along those lines. So we did try to be responsive to some of the interests expressed here.
Yeah, so I've prepared a short presentation that I'm going to walk through. I think building on what Chris shared with you all, this is a policy, the inclusionary policy that applies specifically to market rate projects, so not necessarily 100% affordable projects. Those are dealt with separately. That includes the recently passed SB 4 that allows for affordable housing to be built on the grounds of religious organizations. So that's sort of a separate topic that's not really affected directly by the city's inclusionary housing policy. So I'm going to walk through a couple of high-level findings that summarize our study, and then I'm going to go into a little bit more detail because some of this might be a little bit dense, and I want to make sure it's understandable. So what we found overall is that the delivery of affordable housing with the inclusionary housing policy is challenged because of feasibility impacts for market rate housing development. So with the inclusionary housing policy is one tool that a lot of cities have looked at to try to increase the amount of deed restricted and income restricted housing available for lower income folks. But it does have trade-offs because there is a cost to the developer, and so it can make projects, it can actually make it so that projects are non-financeable and unable to be built. And what we found specifically is that there's an interest in deeper levels of affordability, but requiring those deeper levels without also doing something else like reducing the number of units overall makes it that cost the developer higher, which means a larger impact on the feasibility. And of course, if the program depends on those market rate projects moving forward to produce any units, and we have seen to date that no projects have occurred. That's not necessarily just because of the inclusionary housing policy. There's market conditions, the availability of sites, right? There's very few sites here in the city. So, but it is one factor that comes into play for new development in the city. And so, given that there are some challenges with feasibility for market rate housing projects in the city, there's a few options that the city can look at, and one of those is to update the inclusionary policy in line with what staff has recommended to the city council. The policy will decrease the overall number of units, but require that they serve folks at deeper levels of affordability, and we have found that will overall have a positive impact on feasibility, and I'll walk you through that. There's also other options that are a little bit outside of the inclusionary housing policy that the city could look at to create incentive programs or change other development policy, but those are sort of broader housing element or other items that could be considered to offset those impacts of the inclusionary housing program that some cities have done. Couple background points. Chris mentioned that this was adopted in 2009. It's 15%. Chris made some notes about how the applicability is changing under the proposal, but for rental projects, the requirement was half of those 15% would be low income and half would serve very low income folks. And on the ownership side, 5% or a third of the 15% requirement would be for moderate income households, and then 10% for low-income households. And as mentioned, it hasn't yet been applied to any projects. Just so that folks have an idea of what these income levels mean, I wanted to share the latest table that shows what those income levels are. So it depends on household size, but these are designated at the state level and for county by county. And so for Orange County, you can see jumping down to the median income row, that's kind of the baseline that everything is calculated off of. So the 100% line, that ranges from $89,000 to $138,000 per household, depending how many folks are in the household. And then the lowest level on here is extremely low, and that's folks who make 30% or below of that median income, ranging $30,000 to $46,000. The very low income level is 50% or less. Between 50 and 77,000, those are the maximum incomes that folks in that income category can earn. Low income is 80%, which ranges from 80 to 124. And then the highest level that is served by this type of affordable housing is the moderate income level. And typically we see that more served on that for sale side, but also sometimes on the rental side. And those folks can actually make more than the median income, up to 120%. Of the area median income, which is 107 up to 165,000 if you're a family of 5.
And I'm just going to jump in and say that one of the goals, although I understand there's some heartburn over reducing the overall number of units, when we talk about deeper levels of affordability, if you look at this table, right now our 15% set aside at the for sale side is setting it aside in part for moderate income households. If the goal is to develop truly affordable housing, what we're proposing of moving it all kind of down one rung really gets us closer to that. Not that it isn't important to have housing for people with moderate income, but it kind of falls outside of the goals of what we're trying to accomplish with inclusionary housing, or what the state through the housing element is trying to push us in the direction of. So.
And I also want to give a little context in terms of what other cities nearby do in terms of inclusionary housing. Not all cities in Orange County require inclusionary housing, but of those who do, Laguna Woods' current policy is towards the higher end in terms of both the number of units and the levels of affordability that it requires. And when I say higher, I mean sort of in terms of impact on feasibility, cost to the developer to like produce these units, the sort of, or the value of the subsidy, I guess, because these are essentially subsidized by the developer when they're building. So Laguna Woods, you can see, requires 15%. Other cities that require that 15% are Costa Mesa, Irvine, Newport Beach in a specific plan, one specific plan area, and Santa Ana. This is for rental projects. And you can see that those other ones that have a 15% requirement have a larger percentage of that dedicated at the low income rather than the very low income, which is why those are actually slightly less onerous policies. Laguna Beach does require actually more on a project, but at the highest income level, moderate, which is, I couldn't say without doing more analysis exactly whether theirs is more onerous or not, but those are offsetting factors because the deeper levels of affordability cost more for the developer to provide, as well as the larger number of units also cost more. This was as of June. Some cities have been looking at changing their policies. Irvine had a study done last summer. I don't believe they've changed their policy, but that study did recommend actually lowering the requirements on both rental and for sale. And on the ownership side, the for sale side, again, Laguna Woods is towards the upper end. Irvine has actually a slightly more onerous policy with some required at the very low income level. Newport Beach in that specific plan area has a more onerous policy, and Santa Ana, they have two policies, but then they are at deeper levels of affordability. Laguna Beach, again, has the lower level of affordability, but more units required. And as Chris mentioned, we did talk with both the Kennedy Commission and Welcoming Neighbors Home, as well as a number of developers who helped us vet the numbers that we used in our analysis to understand feasibility, because it's very specific to what it costs to build a project here in Laguna Woods. And I'm going to talk briefly then about how we did that. So the bottom line here is that in some cases, if this requirement is too high, it can block all new market rate housing development. And that's one of the reasons that HCD actually is concerned about this type of policy. In 2017, they passed the state law changed so that anyone going above 15% would actually be required to do this type of study. You guys are right at that threshold, and you've elected to do this as part of the housing element to move towards, meeting all of your housing goals, which I think is a good step. And so when we look at feasibility here, we look there's a couple ways to look at it. The way we've done it is looking at residual land value, which is a little bit of a technical term, but it basically means we're looking at the value of a new project, where we're subtracting what it costs to build that project, including a reasonable return that a developer would need in order to take on that project. That gives us what they could afford to pay for land. And then we look at what land is worth or costs here in Laguna Woods and can kind of get a sense of whether or not a housing development could be financeable, whether they could go to a bank and get a construction loan, for example. And the higher the inclusionary housing policy, the higher it goes, the more it actually reduces the value that the developer gets, because they can't sell that unit or rent that unit for as much. And so on the right-hand side, that dark blue line goes down just a little bit, which means there's less, they can't reduce the cost of building a project, and they need some sort of profit, so it sort of has to come out of what they have left over to buy land, right? And what does it cost to buy land in Laguna Woods? We looked at as much data as we could. We found there's relatively few sales of large parcels of land here, but there was the Saddleback Golf Cars site that sold in 2017 for just under $4 million an acre. The Helm Center in 2023, which sold for $6.3 million, which was a bit of a high-end outlier. And then there was some data.
They sold after they.
There was some data in the City Center Park appraisal report that indicated land could be lower than that, in the 1.9 to 2.8 million per acre. Although I will say that was a very unique piece of land. I think if you all are familiar with it, it's very uniquely shaped, not necessarily conducive for housing development. So I don't know if that's not necessarily the best comparison. We also looked at some of the inventory sites, many of which are commercial centers, and we did a very high-level assessment of what we thought they might be worth in terms of if someone wanted to buy them as a shopping center, which is kind of like, in order to turn a shopping center into housing, you'd have to pay what the shopping center is worth, right? So what's the shopping center worth? We estimated between 4.5 to 7.3 million for the ones that are in the housing inventory. And then last, we talked to the local developers and said, what are you finding that you have to pay? Like, what's the price of land kind of going for that you're seeing when you look? They're always out there looking at different projects, and they reported spending expecting to spend between $4 to $4.6 million depending on the type of project. So that's a little bit of it's not a perfect science, but it gives you a sense of what the residual land value of a project might need to be closer to that feasible range. And then for our analysis, we needed some scenarios of the inclusionary housing policy, and we worked with Chris to come up with different scenarios. I think we knew that folks were interested in those deeper levels of affordability. So on the right-hand side, you can see we stayed at 15% and included more homes for those at the lowest levels. We also looked at increasing it to 20%, and then on the left-hand side with scenarios 1 and 2, it's sort of different between the for sale and rental, but you can see like a general trend. We looked at also reducing it, but in some cases reducing it and serving lower level households that make a lower income, so deeper levels of affordability. And we looked at hypothetical projects that represent what's buildable under city code, and also similar to, we did a little ground truthing to make sure these are similar to projects that get built in the area. And this is what we came up with. They're a little bit simplified for this type of analysis, but ranged from a single home to a townhome on the for sale side, and then sort of 3-story garden style up to a 4 to 5 story, what's called a wrap apartment, a denser apartment building. And then this is just to give you an example of what it looks like when we're tallying up all the value and costs and putting in all the inputs, which we, again, vetted with developers. I'm not going to go through it, but wanted to kind of give you a flavor of that. And then here's our results in terms of residual land value. It's kind of a lot happening on this chart, so we'll walk you through it. But you can see that I've got the same kind of policies there in terms of the percentages required, where we kind of were moving the lever up and down. And then I've put in red dots on top of it the residual land value of a project when they are providing that many units on site as part of their building. And you can see that if you had no policy, that would be the most feasible. This is for sale projects. We've got single family homes on the left and the townhome prototype on the right. And on the right-hand axis, you can see in millions of dollars what the residual land value is. So that red dot for single homes is actually just above 4 million, and it's almost 5 million an acre for the townhome units. And then with the current policy, you can see it's quite a bit lower. Let's look at townhomes, for example. It's closer to $3 million. And as you increase the amount of homes or the levels of affordability, go deeper in the levels of affordability, you can see that kind of goes down. And so this scenario that staff has recommended in these cases is scenario 1, which does reduce that overall number of units, but serves deeper levels of affordability and moves us closer to that feasible range of what land is probably worth here in Laguna Woods. Similar story on the rental project side. Again, For garden style, if there was no policy, it'd be close to the $4 million mark. Wrap apartments, those dense ones, given just some of the zoning configurations in the city, those projects are a bit lower in terms of the residual land value. You can see that only goes up to $2.5 million an acre. Those projects, under the current policy, are actually negative in terms of residual land value, which means you'd have to give somebody money to build that project and give them the land for free. So probably you won't be seeing any dense 4 or 5 story buildings unless there were other changes to development policy in the city. But in the garden style, you can see that moving from the current policy to scenario 1 will definitely move the residual land value closer to the feasible range. And I think that's sort of the idea behind how staff came up with their recommendation to adjust the policy. And this is just kind of those numbers in detail, which highlighted the scenario that's being recommended. And I've got some reference slides, but I think that concludes my presentation, unless there's questions.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back to the range of policy scenarios that we considered. I just want to make it clear that we didn't set out with any particular goal in mind in this study. We knew we were going to look at the existing policy and what that did to residual land value. We identified some other options, including in talking with the housing advocates about things that might be helpful or useful in this area. We did that analysis, and then we actually added, I think, 3 additional scenarios after that.
That's right.
Because we did want to explore as many potentially feasible options as we could with that goal of increasing the affordability level, with going deeper on things, but still making things pencil out. So even though we weren't required to do a market study for a recommendation to lower the inclusionary housing levels, we did the market study with the thought that, well, maybe it is going to be possible for us to go above 15. Maybe we can go to 20%, have the projects pencil out, get deeper levels of affordability, get more units built. Unfortunately, that's not what the analysis shows is possible, but I just wanted to emphasize that we did really keep an open mind. We looked at a variety of different scenarios, and the one that we're proposing today, from staff's perspective, I think is just, it's the most feasible. It improves the financial buildability of residential projects as compared to your existing ordinance. And it gets you those deeper levels of affordability. So I think we ended up with a recommendation that pushed as many buttons as we could, but I do want to acknowledge that it would have been great to go higher. It just didn't pencil out. So Thomas, thank you. We can take some questions. I'm just going to read the staff recommendation. You can take a seat and we'll get back to you. So staff's recommendation today. Today there is a public hearing, so you'll have an opportunity for public testimony again. After that public hearing, staff's recommendation is that you approve the introduction and first reading of an ordinance read by title with further reading waived, titled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Laguna Woods, California, amending Chapter 13.25 of Title 13, Zoning of the Laguna Woods Municipal Code, pertaining to inclusionary housing regulations for certain new residential development projects and lawful conversion of existing residential building projects, conversions from apartments to common interest ownership, and determining and certifying that the ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And with that, I will turn it back over to the mayor.
All right, and with that handoff, we open the matter now for public hearing. I have 2 requests, excuse me, to speak. Ann Beltran, Ann, do you want to come back up?
Well, thank you for that excellent analysis, and it fits with everything I've been learning about how Chris does his job, and it was really helpful. And when I think of possible village residents who might be financially forced out of their units because of higher HOA fees, I think those deeper affordability levels are what's really going to be appreciated over time. So, let's get, I know we don't control it, but it's great that we can begin to encourage development of these sites.
You see this as an open door then, really, then an opportunity, right? if needed.
I don't know quite what you mean.
And I don't either, so just.
Okay. Anyway,
He was agreeing with you.
okay, yeah, I think it's a very fine place to come out. Thank you for all the hard work you did, all of you.
Thank you. Is it Miss or Mr. Munzinger? Yes, it is Miss Munzinger. Is it Eileen?
Eileen.
It is Eileen, good.
Yes, and I'm not very tall. I came here with the idea of suggesting not to reduce the percentage. However, I am very impressed with the analysis and the work that's been done. And I agree with Ann that I think opening the door to people that make less money and the fact that there has been no development since
2008.
8, that, you know, maybe this is the best move. So anyway, thank you for the good work. You too.
Thank you.
Is that the, Chris, was that
Jonathan,
the apartments down there?
go ahead.
Yeah.
I've sort of been following this area. Let me throw out just a couple of questions. I've been particularly following a bill in the legislature authored by Senator Catherine Blakespear, I think it was SB 8, if I'm not mistaken, that I thought, well, am I correct that the carving out the category called extremely low income, low income, is very new. It's relatively new, hasn't existed for very long, or am I wrong about that?
It's been around.
Huh?
It's been around.
Been around for a while. My understanding is that SB 8 passed the state Senate, I think in January of 24. It's been hanging around, been amended a lot, and it essentially requires cities to adopt certain provisions of the housing element of the general plan and to report to the legislature quantitatively regarding amending their housing element. I thought that it got kind of superseded by another bill. My general question is, this is a time in the legislature when it's put up or shut up time. Bills either pass the other house or get sent back to the House of Origin, concurrent amendments. Only 2 weeks left in the session. Question is, what is the status of legislation as it might affect this issue?
Yeah, so with respect to inclusionary housing, I'm not aware of anything pending in the legislature that would complicate the recommendation today. As with every legislative session, there are a multitude of bills related to housing. Every year, we end up having to update things like our accessory dwelling unit regulations, density bonus regulations, regular zoning regulations. I suspect that that will continue, but specific to inclusionary housing, I think, based on my understanding, I think that this ordinance will survive without needing to be changed, at least through the next year. After that, I can't guarantee you anything. So.
All right, then that's.
Any other public comments? Okay, we have two.
Yes, come on up, Mitch. Mike?
I was reading an interesting article in the Financial Times recently where it talked about the great attraction of a city is it brings all these different mingling kinds of persons with individual sociological backgrounds together and has the possibility of mingling and promoting cross-cultural understanding. But in fact, it doesn't work that way. When people come to the city, they start sorting themselves into various economic classes and sociological groups. Does this plan kind of physically encase these separations into housing groups? Do you know what I mean? Where it will make more exaggerated the sociological difference by virtue of being in one kind of extremely low-class housing. Well, that person's from extremely low-class housing. What, have you thought about that? Is that
so
relevant?
that's an interesting question. And it's actually, so the way that the inclusionary housing ordinance is written, similar to how our existing ordinance is written, if you have, let's just take a hypothetical apartment building that is otherwise market rate, but you've got 10 units of 100 units that are set aside for affordable housing, those 10 units can't be the first floor back corner of the building, right? They have to be dispersed throughout the building. They have to have all the same access to amenities and common area facilities as any other unit. And so they would be indistinguishable from walking by them, from knocking on the door. It's not the kind of thing where it's like they're stuck away in the corner and they can't use the pool and they can only use the gym after 6. It's not that type of thing. It definitely allows everybody to use everything. If you go over to San Sebastian right now, there are 17 deed restricted units there for lower income households. Those units, based on when units come up and what other units might be available, they move throughout the building, right? They're not always these same 17 units. So short answer to your question is there won't be a physical divide created by this ordinance. This ordinance actually forces the integration of those units within the broader development.
All right, yeah, but just come on up, please, and we're very informal right now.
Hi, this is, I'm not sure how to answer the question, but because we're such a thin membrane around the village, and adjacent are very large properties. I'll just call it the Polly's Pies property. A lot of vacancies there, and the motor vehicles is leaving. Is there a way for the city to perhaps use another city's land, but meet some of these obligations and have development on Laguna Hills property? But it would probably be far cheaper. There's a big piece of land there. Is there some reciprocity?
Yeah, short answer is no, unfortunately. The state's housing needs allocation applies to the city, but what I'll say again is that you haven't seen development since 2008, and I think Thomas mentioned this, that it's not only because of an inclusionary housing ordinance, it's not because of any one particular factor, but the market drives decision-making, right? Your developers may choose to build in Laguna Woods or not build in Laguna Woods for 1,000 reasons that we will never know. All the city's responsible for is creating opportunities. If a developer never builds here, the city's not penalized for it, but we have to make sure that we've removed impediments and obstacles to that development, which I think is fitting with what we're trying to do with the inclusionary housing ordinance today. If the analysis shows that, under the current ordinance, the constructability of new residential developments might be imperiled, then moving in this direction makes it incrementally more conceivable that new residential development actually happens. But again, that would be up to a property owner and a developer. So I think Rona is next.
So I don't know that I've explained, Welcoming Neighbors Home is a ministry of Tapestry Unitarian Universalist Congregation. We like to advocate for more affordable housing because we're concerned about the high cost of that in our county. And there's a lot of members of Tapestry that live in Laguna Woods, and I also live in Laguna Woods. And there's been a lot of talk with numbers and so on. But I just wanted to say that I came here today with a person that used to live in Laguna Woods. Sue Ellen was her name. She's passed away now, but she actually was part of a group that was trying to get affordable housing here. And for her, it was very personal. And she had very limited savings because she had worked overseas a lot. I don't think she had any Social Security. And she really wanted to find a more affordable place to live, but she couldn't. And she knew others were in that situation, and that's why she was working on it. And I'll always remember that she was so afraid of running out of money and becoming homeless that she actually stopped her medical treatment and died earlier than she needed to because of that, rather than live homelessly. So that's where I'm coming from today as I'm talking to you about this inclusionary housing ordinance. And I do appreciate that we were invited to comment on it. Frankly, when I saw the report, my reaction was mixed. I was really happy that it prioritized affordable housing at the extremely low and very low income levels, which is what we had requested. I was kind of surprised because there were some other cities that had just had feasibility studies and they were coming up with higher percentages, but in fairness, they were at higher affordability levels. I understand that there's a trade-off between the very low affordability levels and the higher numbers of affordable units. I know that housing economics and particularly interest rates have made it difficult for these things to pencil out, for affordable housing to pencil out. I would just ask that if the city goes with this version of the ordinance, that the city revisit this policy in the next 2 years when hopefully market conditions change, interest rates perhaps come down and so forth, and costs of materials. Because with these proposed requirements, they're so low that I fear it's not really going to make much of a difference and that the city won't be able to meet its regional housing needs allocation. I do have a quick math question that might be for the consultant, but because the policy must apply to whole units, you don't do like a half a unit of an apartment, and since the requirement is 2.5% for extremely low and 2.5% for very low, does that mean that only developments with 40 units would meet this policy? Because 2.5% of 40 equals one whole housing unit. So that's a question for you. And then the last thing I would just say, that I hope as the city works with the housing element and trying to get more affordable here, I ran out of town. Think about the churches. There's some exciting work going on with churches and doing affordable housing on church property, including next door city. Thanks.
Thank you.
My very brief response to that is that the way the ordinance is written, it rounds up and down on fractional units. So if when you multiply that 2.5% out, if you get a number of units that is above or is 0.4 or below, then it rounds down, 0.5 and above rounds up. So it will depend on the overall number of units, but it doesn't have to be a complete whole number unit in order for it to be constructed. It is based on the 1 decimal point out fractional value.
Any other questions from the audience? All right, public hearing is closed, and we'll now come to council. Let's, how many would like to say something? See by a show of hands. Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right, let's start then. Cynthia.
I want to thank you for that really excellent and thorough analysis. I think it's important for us to realize that it's fine to require 15% of our housing to be affordable, but if it doesn't pencil out and the developer can't build it for that price with that requirement, then it doesn't do us any good. So I thank you for helping us figure out a better way to do it. And I will move the recommended action.
I second.
All right, let me ask a question, if I may. Again, the churches. Let's suppose one of our churches right here on Moulton desires to build some housing, apartment house, or however they want to do it. And that's been designated by us as land available for in our housing element, part of our 1,000 homes. How does this impact that?
So,
Chris? Or?
So yeah, so if you had in your scenario, if a church wanted to build an apartment complex.
Right, exactly.
The first question would be, are they building a market rate complex or are they building an affordable complex? If they're building an affordable housing complex where the totality of the units, or in fact any number of units in excess of what we require under this ordinance are affordable, then this ordinance wouldn't apply.
Would not apply.
No. If they were building a market rate complex, if they were selling things for, moderate income or above moderate income, then we would take the total number of units that they were planning to construct, look at the type of units, whether it was a for sale project or a rental project, multiply it by these percentages, and then that number of units needs to be set aside for those designated income levels.
And that could make or break the whole decision to build that facility. Is that correct?
Yes, because as Thomas mentioned, all of those inclusionary housing units reduce the residual land value that they
Right.
have available
All right.
to purchase the property in the first place.
And therefore, all right, so the land value will drop because, and we are making it easier then for them by going to a 10% rather than the 15%. And therefore, the argument, as I read here, is that makes the property more saleable for this type of development, correct?
Yes, for market rate development projects.
All right, market rate development. Okay, and then the question is the negotiation for the land price and that sort of thing. Okay, all right. Good. Thank you. Did you enjoy working with us? And the reason I'm asking that is because he's had a lot of compliments and the staff has had a lot of compliments, so I really want to know how you feel about it. Is he a good guy? All right,
Yeah.
good.
EPS has been very good through this process, and I think as we look forward, and I think Rona's suggestion is good, that it does make sense to revisit the market study at some point in the future. But there are other recommendations included in the market study of things that we might look at to further remove the impediments in furthering compliance with state law. So I don't think that this is probably the last time EPS will be involved in something for us, but I appreciate the work on this project
Well,
as
you
well.
did make the comment, the market study right now, things are not going well, are they, as far as building this sort of housing and so forth?
I mean, I think, as Rona pointed out, there's a lot of challenges in the market for, I mean, anyone building any kind of project.
Yeah.
Loan interest rates are extraordinary right now.
terrible,
So
yeah.
that's a huge challenge. I think, inflation and cost of materials has also just generally made construction hard, housing included. But, wait, sorry, one more time, what was the question?
All right, no, that's good. Thanks very much.
Oh, gosh.
All right. All right, we will close, we've closed the public hearing. We will now entertain oh, yes, come on.
The thing about the churches is what's so great is that they have land, and a
Yes.
lot of times that like they were having to take into account how much the land costs. But if you already own the land, then that means there's a whole lot more you could do with affordable housing. And I would just want to say, like in Santa Cruz, they have 3 churches now that have built affordable housing on their site, and it's just really exciting because then that really helps contribute to your RENA requirements.
What do you find the type of construction that's going, 4 or 5 stories or?
No, some of them were like 3 stories that I saw. I was just up there visiting. I mean, they're really transforming how they're approaching it up there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Not
really.
not the big high rises or anything like that?
No. And in fact, Laguna Beach is considering one at the neighborhood congregational site, and it's not going to be any higher than 3 stories. Yeah, it's very exciting. 72, possibly up to 72, 100% affordable units, which would kind of really help your RENA. So if you could work with the churches here to do that, and there's some great resources to teach the churches how to make it work, because they can actually get money, which they often need, better utilizing their land, plus, meeting their mission of helping people.
And if San Sebastian was sold, would modifications have to be made, or what would be the impact upon the sale of an existing facility under the law as we have it now?
Yeah, so I don't want to speak specifically to San Sebastian
All
because
right,
there's a
but
separate
again,
regulatory agreement for them.
Facility is sold.
In general, if you had an apartment complex that was sold, or they just decided to convert it to common interest ownership to condominiums, then this ordinance would apply.
That's what I thought.
So that there's probably a low likelihood of that happening. And in the case of San Sebastian, again, you have the city approved a separate regulatory agreement with them prior to adopting the inclusionary ordinance. So they're kind of in a third category all by themselves.
Okay, good, thanks. All right, any other comments here? Have I asked for a
I
motion?
have one quick one.
All right.
On slides 5 and 6, you were comparing the cities, and I think it's fair to say that our city happens to have the lowest income of the entire county.
Yeah.
So when you show Newport Beach, or you show Laguna Beach, or you show Costa Mesa, or whatever, we have the lowest income right now. So it's not like we're an outlier of wealthy people. So I think we should also remember how that works, that we have low income, very low income, meeting many of those numbers, and they exist right this very minute. So I kind of like to make sure we get credit, that we understand what the community is comprised of, and it's not wealthy people. So there we go.
Thank you, Carol. That is a good reminder for us that we are not San Marino.
And you do have a motion and a second already.
I do. All right, then let's take a roll call vote again. Carol?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous? Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas.
All right. Let us move to 8.3.
Health and sanitation.
One, right?
No, 8.3 first. 8.3 is an update of our health and sanitation title of the municipal code. I'll keep my comments brief on this. This is part of our ongoing effort to review the municipal code, identify opportunities to improve its clarity, identify opportunities to improve ease of use. The ordinance before you today affects 4 chapters. It recommends repealing a chapter related to ambulance service and a chapter related to tattooing establishments. And then it recommends amending a chapter related to solid waste and a chapter that, though titled water conservation, is actually related to water wells. So these modifications are intended to clarify and enhance use of the municipal code. The 2 chapters that we're proposing to repeal, at the staff level, we would generally describe them as unnecessary and or duplicative in law, of state law, depending on where we're at. The other chapters that we're proposing to amend, we're proposing those for a couple of reasons. In some cases, it's to promote compliance with state law, including California Senate Bill 1383 related to solid waste. In some cases, we're updating requirements to reflect better practices or a different way of doing business. And then we're also looking to clarify some provisions as well. There's a table in your agenda report that includes the rationale for each of those proposed modifications. So having said that, there is an opportunity today for a public hearing. After that public hearing, we would recommend that you approve the introduction and first reading of an ordinance read by title with further reading waived, titled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Laguna Woods, California, amending chapters 4.10 and 4.18 and repealing chapters 4.02 and 4.08 of Title IV, Health and Sanitation of the Laguna Woods Municipal Code pertaining to solid waste, water conservation, geothermal heat exchange wells, water wells, cathodic protection wells, monitoring wells, ambulance services, and tattooing establishments, and determining and certifying that the ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. I'll turn it back over to the mayor for the public hearing.
All right. We're now open. We received the staff report. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this particular issue? Mike?
Thank you. Not to speak so much as ask a question. What's that interesting geothermal heat exchange wells item all about?
Yeah,
Do we have them here?
We don't. So there is state law that requires the city to adopt a well standards ordinance. The county is actually the agency that regulates wells, but cities have to adopt an ordinance. We carried over our well standards ordinance from the county. This is the first time to kind of update it and make it actually fit us. But no, the short answer is we have no water wells in Laguna Woods, but as is the case with many aspects of state law, it doesn't really matter if it applies. They paint with a big brush and we're required to address it either way. So yes, lots of well language up there, but no wells actually in Laguna Woods.
All right. Anyone else? All right. The public hearing is closed. We will now vote on this recommendation. Do I have a motion?
I'll move the recommendation.
Cynthia, second. All in favor? Aye. 5-0. Thank you very much. Let us move on now to the next item. We now are in the 9 series, are we not?
We are.
Okay.
Moving right along.
We've covered 9, 5, and 6. Let's go to 9, 1.
This item is fairly straightforward. Now that the city is a member of the League of California Cities, we're entitled to have a voting delegate at their annual General Assembly. This year's General Assembly will be held in Long Beach in October. The League has asked us to appoint a delegate and alternate delegates if we wish. As far as I know, the only council member attending the conference at which the General Assembly occurs is Councilmember McCary. You are not required to have alternate delegates. You can appoint them if you want to, but they've asked us to at least appoint a delegate. So I would turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Councilman McCary, are you willing to go? Yes. Good.
I nominate Councilmember McCary as our delegate to the.
Thank you. I second.
Okay.
All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye. We'll expect about an hour and a half report when you get back. Okay? All right, let's go to 9.2.
All right, fire risk reduction community. So it's no secret to anybody living in Laguna Woods or really anybody living in the state of California that the state as a whole is in a bit of an insurance crisis, particularly related to residential property insurance. As we have been looking at this issue and talking with village management staff, talking with Assemblywoman Dixon's office, we've identified a way that the city might be able to help just a little bit. There is a fire risk reduction community list that the state maintains. They update it every 2 years. They just updated it. The next update would be in 2026. But cities that are on that list are basically highlighted for taking actions above and beyond what is required for wildfire prevention or mitigation. And so we had a conversation with VMS's risk management staff around this particular issue, and the feedback that we received was that at the community level, so for Third and United purchasing property insurance, the city gaining the fire risk reduction community designation is unlikely to result in lower premium costs, but would be one of a multitude of things that they put forward to prospective insurers to make a case that they are lower risk, to make a case that they're insurable. And so they were looking at the community level, this designation potentially helping to build capacity for insurance as opposed to simply lowering rates. He also reached out to some brokers who deal in the HO6 condominium insurance policy space. And those policies, like really any insurance policy, the way they're written and the factors that they take into consideration vary insurer to insurer. But the consensus seemed to be that it is probably likely that there are some insurers out there who, if a resident was attempting to obtain an HO6 policy and the city had that fire risk reduction community designation, they may in fact be able to provide a discount for that. It's not saying that for sure that would happen. It's again going to be insurer by insurer, but the general feedback I received from VMS was that the fire risk reduction community designation could certainly only help. And so as we looked at it, there's a second benefit to the city that if you are on this fire risk reduction community list, you actually get priority for state wildfire prevention grants as well, which can be used for habitat reduction, defensible space, that sort of stuff, and as well as some planning activities. The work necessary to get on that list, as we look at it now, it really involves 3 actions on the city's part. One is that it would require us to update our general plan safety element. Second is that it would require us to update our local hazard mitigation plan. And then there are 5 other actions. Think of it as kind of like a menu that the state gives you. You have to do one of at least those 5 items, but they all relate to regulations or requirements around that wildfire prevention, structural hardening, defensible space world. I don't know what we would pick from that list necessarily. We would need to have a conversation with the fire authority about what made sense in Laguna Woods. But those 3 actions together would qualify us for inclusion on the list. The list isn't updated until January or July 1st of 2026. The application deadline based on the 2024 cycle we've assumed to be April 1st of 2026. The good news is that of those three actions, the safety element update and the local hazard mitigation plan, we already have on our list of significant work plan items. And so we already have those kind of in the queue to work towards. So the amount of additional work is relatively minimal to get to being eligible for the list. The only caveat to that is we hadn't necessarily planned on completing all of that work by April 1st of 2026. Now we think, at least preliminarily, that we can rejuggle some of our workload internally and probably meet that date. So we don't think increased appropriations are actually necessary for this work to be undertaken by staff. But I will say that if by the time we get into our next budget process, which will be after the first of the year sometime, we'll have a better idea of what our workload and timing looks like. It may be necessary, if we're to pursue this fire risk reduction community designation, to speed up some of the work. And the way that I can speed it up is to spend some money to get some of the component pieces done quicker. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case, but I'm just putting it out there that it may be a discussion to have later in the year once we start working on some of this and get a better sense of where we're going. Even if additional appropriations are necessary to complete the work, I would be very, very surprised if I came back to you asking for more than $15,000 or $20,000. This isn't a big ticket item, and that 15 to 20 would probably be spent over a year or so. So it's not even an all-at-once expenditure. But in a perfect world, if everything goes according to plan, I won't actually need any additional money to do this. I would just need your support to pursue getting the city to a point of eligibility. Our recommendation today is to direct the city manager to A, take the actions required to qualify the city for inclusion on the California State Board of Forestry and Fire Protection's 2026 Fire Risk Reduction Community List, and B, advise the City Council of any increases in approved budget appropriations necessary to complete such actions. There is an opportunity for public comments, even though it's not a public hearing today, and then any council discussion or questions as well.
Anyone from the public wish to discuss? All right, let's, Vicki.
We attended the Orange County Climate Action Planning meeting with Supervisor Foley, and they have a fire map. It was on the county website as part of the Climate Action Plan, dated 2011. And we were told it's out of date, but because of these sensitivities with the insurance, they haven't released the probably much larger fire risk map. So does any of this involve working with the county's climate action plan, and maybe some resources are available there?
Yeah, well, so the answer is yes, particularly when we update the city's safety element. One of the things that we would do as part of any general plan update is look at other available plans and make sure that we coordinate to the extent possible. What you mentioned, though, was the very high fire hazard severity maps that the state produces. Those maps are out of date. The state has been working on updating them. There's legislation pending in Sacramento that may upend the entire process and get the state out of the business of very high fire hazard severity maps and instead create a different kind of map. Those maps are one type of reference point that insurers may use when they're evaluating coverage, but it's by no means the only one. And I would suspect, this is just me talking, but I would suspect that given that they're so out of date, that insurance companies probably have much better tools available to them to gauge fire risk. But it's actually because in order to be eligible for this list, you have to have either a state responsibility area or a very high fire hazard severity zone within the city. We have a portion of our community that even under those older maps falls within a very high fire hazard severity zone. And so because of that, we are eligible to get our names on this list. So.
Chief, the OCFA, has this come up to us on anything that has passed your desk at all? On this particular issue, on the...
Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, it's come
Up to.
Sorry, Mayor.
I noticed that Brea is the only Orange County city that's on this list, which I wondered about. Are you familiar with that at all?
Not with Brea, but the high severity maps come up quite a bit at most council meetings and direct to the OCFA with our community risk reduction staff regarding when the high severity zone maps will be updated, since they haven't been updated since 2011, but it's been a concern of the public as a result of their insurance rates rising.
Okay. Well, now you're aware of it here, so you'll take good care of us, is that right?
Yes, sir. I have it all printed out right here. I had my homework done.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Okay. Ready to vote? Let's just,
I have a quick comment.
I'm sorry, Kara.
I appreciate what the fire authority is doing, and I think it's time for us to take a look at the cost of wildfires and how that has grown over time, because this is a big part of the problem that we're looking at here. I think we attended a meeting, and they showed that 84% of the insurance people, they put up 80, but I multiplied it was actually 84. It was actually more than 84% of the insurance is covered by 12 different companies, and even of the 12 companies, some had larger amounts. And of the 12 that cover California, 7 have either left the state or are pausing their insurance. And I can tell you personally that these kinds of things are going on, and that didn't include the ones that find some, what do I want to say, sketchy reason to pull out. So this is a really big problem. What I would ask though, Chris, and I appreciate that you're doing this, because everything you do to help, it's, we obviously we need a lot of help. But I guess when you get all through, I would like to see when we get through, let's analyze and see, did we spend any money and did this help at all? Because I'm not doubting it. I mean, good grief, look at the problem. We need to go forward, and I appreciate that you've done all the work on it. That's my comment.
All right, thank you. Any other comments?
We evaluate it, see what really came of it.
All right, we have a motion.
I would just note that the evaluation makes sense because you have to requalify for the list every 2 years. And so we can go through the effort to qualify the first year, but I think it makes sense before we spend a bunch of time and effort qualifying a second time to look at it. So, yeah.
Thank
All right, Carol, you just made a motion, correct? And Cynthia?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
9.3.
Employee compensation and benefits. We're getting to this a little bit later this year than we have in the past, but every year in the summertime, we take a look at comparable salaries for comparable positions in other communities and try to gauge whether our salaries are competitive. In the resolution before you today, we are proposing increases for the compensation ranges for 9 city positions based on that market survey. As I say, every year, an increase in a range is not the same as a pay increase. The range sets the minimum and maximum that a person holding a specific position can be paid. The only time that it directly affects their compensation is if we increase a range and an employee is at the bottom of the current range. They are then moved to within the new adjusted range. But it doesn't mean that 9 people would be getting pay increases as a result of this. We would also note in the recommended action an increase in the city manager's base salary consistent with the May 17th, 2023 employment agreement to $208,396.26 annually effective December 28th, 2024. And then on the benefits side, and this is, I will be honest, this is me crossing T's and dotting I's. The existing benefit resolution provides that employees can contribute to a deferred compensation plan using a salary reduction. It doesn't specify the nature of the salary reduction, but there are actually 2 types of salary reductions that are possible. One is a pre-tax salary reduction, and the other is a Roth salary reduction. We would like to amend the resolution to just make clear that both types of salary reductions are acceptable. Neither one comes at an increased cost for the city. These are employees diverting a portion of their compensation into this deferred compensation plan. But just in the interest of transparency, I would like to add both. Historically, we've only offered the pre-tax salary reduction. We're looking at, as we get into open enrollment for the next benefit cycle, also authorizing the Roth salary reductions. So before we did that, I just wanted to bring it before you and make sure we were all on the same page. Our recommendation today is to adopt a resolution titled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Laguna Woods, California, repealing resolution number 24-01 and establishing a compensation schedule and benefits for city employees. And there's an opportunity for public comments and then council comments and action.
Any member of the public wish to comment? Public comments have closed. Anybody on the council wish to make a comment before we have a motion?
Comment. A number of people during this meeting today have complimented our city staff and the high level of service that we provide as we try to move through the regulatory requirements of our governing responsibilities. And the only way you get good staff is by paying prevailing rates. And so I appreciate the need to raise these steps on a regular basis and make sure that we compensate people enough to get quality employees and retain them. So I move the recommended action.
A second.
First and seconded. I find that when I walk in these doors, I see a lot of smiles. I see a lot of hellos. I see a lot of camaraderie among the staff. I wonder if other cities have that luxury. So I compliment all of you, and if you'll compliment your staff when you talk with them, I'd appreciate it from all of us. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. 5-0. We move now to what, our last item?
All right, last item on the discussion agenda.
Yeah.
There are a couple of scheduling conflicts with the regular meeting in October. We have 2 council members that will be at 2 different conferences on October 16th. And so rather than host a council meeting for 3 council members, we thought we would recommend canceling the regular meeting on October 16th, 2024, and scheduling an adjourned regular meeting for some other time in October. We're looking at that following week, the week of the 21st. Was there a day that didn't work for you?
Do you need an answer right now?
Alicia has given me her availability. I guess the first thing that I would offer is just to keep it consistent, if the council's available on October 23rd at 2 o'clock, we could shift it just back 1 week. If that doesn't work, we have other days that we can look at, but we'll start with October 23rd at 2 o'clock.
That works for me.
No?
Okay.
Okay.
What day of the week is that?
Wednesday.
Wednesday, okay.
So it doesn't work for one of us. So why don't we look then at, let's shift it back 1 more day to, or I'm sorry, 2 days to Monday, the 21st.
And that would be
Okay. It sounds like we have a conflict there. Let's go the opposite direction.
Okay.
Oh, that whole week? Okay.
Do you see it being a busy day?
What about the 14th?
Hard to say at this point. Yeah, we could go earlier in that week. The 14th is, yeah, so the 14th would work on my end. Is that, okay. We could do the 14th at 2 o'clock, if that works.
Okay.
That works? Okay. So then the recommendation would be as written on the screen and to schedule an adjourned regular meeting of the City Council for October 14th, 2024 at 2 p.m. here at City Hall.
All right. Do you need a motion on that?
We do.
All right. All moved, where? Cynthia moved, Carol seconds. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're at reports.
Yes.
All right, let's go. And start with Coastal Greenbelt. Annie?
We have not had a meeting since the last report. This next scheduled meeting is for September.
Fire Authority, I'll be emailing you some events that are coming up for the Fire Authority, which you might find interesting, including a helicopter. That's going to be on what day, Mike? It's coming up.
The Tivoli Helipod and Firehawk Conference will be on September 12th at 10 a.m.
All right, and that's just going to be at Tivoli, Dover, and there are a couple of three other things you might find interesting. So I'll shoot that to you. All right, Coastal Library, Orange County Library. Carol.
I'd like to delay that if I could, because I did want to talk about the Irvine set-aside and so forth, but it'll take a while, and I think
All right,
it's
so
time to move on today.
I think we'd like to hear about that.
Okay.
So next, let me know for next
I think you'll
time.
find it interesting.
I would think we will. I have a new thing to get rid of mosquitoes, and go ahead.
I'm going to postpone the presentation also. I might just want to say that there's a spread of dengue throughout South America and Puerto Rico. A lot of places in the world are suffering huge numbers of dengue infections. It's called a bone breaker. It doesn't usually kill people, but it hurts. It hurts your muscles, it hurts your joints, and it's carried by the Aedes aegypti mosquitoes, and so they're doing mitigation processes all over. And I'll report more next month on it.
Why do I always dread things when you speak on this issue?
It's the disease.
Really?
Can't help
Okay.
it.
All right, now the Joaquin Hills Transportation, Cynthia.
Well, I'll go ahead and talk, but I'll be brief. I just want to say a few words about the interchange between the 241 Toll Road and the 91 East Freeway. We are planning to build a flyover that will be direct toll to toll, median to median, and we're going to be breaking ground at the end of this year. It's required complex interagency cooperation between the toll roads and Caltrans and Riverside County Transportation Commission. But this will be some good news for everybody who goes to Palm Springs or Las Vegas or Riverside or San Bernardino. We have finally worked our way through the complex regulatory things, and we've been waiting to work our way through the traffic things because they didn't want this flyover to come along and dump all the toll roads traffic down in those lanes. First, they had to finish the carpool exit onto Interstate 15 so they could sweep all those cars off. Then they had to finish the carpool exit onto Highway 71 so they could sweep all those cars off. And then they finally are having room now for us to dump cars onto them. There will be a toll to use this overpass, and they're planning to do what they call congestion pricing. And so if there's lots of room for people to go over there, they'll put a price up that'll encourage people to move over to that place. But I have to tell you, this will make the backup better, but it will not eliminate the backup. So we're doing what we can, and there will be construction going on there starting before the end of this year, so we're getting towards it.
And there'll be no off-ramp, will there, to the cemetery there? They can't
Apparently, the cemetery didn't ask for it.
They did not?
That's what I
Okay,
heard.
okay, all right. All right, bridge builders.
I have no report right now.
No report. Watershed management.
I think we'll pass for this one.
You okay? All right. Joint Powers Authority meeting, July 24th.
Yes, I'll just give a brief, yes, it was Wednesday, July 24th, and this was the first year that the meetings were held differently from when they've been previously held. Usually it's on the third Wednesday of the month when a lot of the cities have their council, so they agreed last year to have it the week after, so it was July 24th. At the meeting, there were some elections occurred where the vice president of the executive committee was reelected, and an additional 4 other incumbent executive board committee members were also reelected. We were also presented with an overview of the strategic plan where they emphasize coverage programs, member services, risk management resources, and a comprehensive training that's offered to members. They also, did I say this was a reminder about the upcoming 24th Annual Risk Management Educational Forum. This year is going to be October 9th through the 11th at the Hyatt Hotel in Indian Wells. So after all the meeting items were attended to, the meeting was adjourned, and the next board meeting of the directors will be Wednesday, July 23rd, 2025.
Thank you, Annie. All right, closed session. Do we have a closed session? We don't. That's good.
No.
All right.
And no other comments or reports from anyone?
All right. Well, I just want to give thanks to the two gentlemen sitting over here, and I'm sorry the whole crowd is not here to hear this, but we thank you. We thank you for being here. We thank you for the vibe that you bring to this meeting. And
Your patience.
we extend greetings to your families and to the rest of the crews, okay? Thank you. This meeting is adjourned until, when are we?
September 18th
September 18th.
at 2 o'clock.
At 2 o'clock here. And thanks to our
Thank you,
attorney.
everyone.
And Catherine, thank you for coming.